Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Or if you're watching this back a little bit later on the other channel, welcome to In Deep Sleep. So today we are doing an open Q&A. I try to do these every now and then. I do love doing the series of videos, live streams on specific topics, but every now and then I want to just give everyone a chance to ask whatever burning questions they've got. So um, let's start. And so most of these questions about A Song of Ice and Fire, I should probably say. I've got a few Lord of the Rings questions a bit later. I'll take questions on either. I'll try and pick up what I can in the chat as we are going through. But I've got a lot of questions from my patrons, and it's going to be dotting around a little bit. So as long as you're okay with that, then let's get started. Orion's Orcas saying, and this is starting with Daenerys's story arc. I agree Dany will take a dark turn, but I do not think she will go full-on Mad Queen. George R. R. Martin says that Dany birthing the dragons was unique, wondrous, and a miracle. I don't think this miracle would be given to a mad woman, do you? And after we've learned from House of the Dragon, and after all, we've learned from House of the Dragon that there must be a Targaryen on the throne with the dragons to help save humanity from the threat of the far north. How can Aegon's dream and the words on the blade be fulfilled if Dany goes rogue? Thank you for your thoughts, Robert, and thank you to your moderators. Well, let's start out with a thank you to the moderators. I can certainly see Stephanie, Frederick, and Agreed Weirwood are both there. If you are here watching this live, could you just give a little bit of love to the moderators? They do a fantastic job. Right, so Dany's story arc, where's it heading? So you start around Orcas there saying, I agree Dany will take a dark turn. I think a lot of us probably still in a little bit of mourning or grief for what happened with Dany's story arc in season 8 of Game of Thrones. What I try to do with this is not to just give my own thoughts initially, but to go in with what George R. R. Martin has said, because he has actually given us quite a clear steer on where Dany's going, certainly in the short term in the books. And this comes from a time just after when A Dance with Dragons was written and published. And that initially it got, I mean, I wouldn't say sort of bad press from the fans, but a lot of fans didn't really like Dany's story arc there, which was based in Meereen. And then a blog called The Meereenese Blot published a series of essays on what was going on there. And George R. R. Martin responded. And this is what he said. This was back in the days when he responds to these things. He said he got it completely. Sorry, he got it completely. He knew exactly what I was trying to do there. And evidently, I did it well enough for people who were paying attention. So that's George R. R. Martin saying that what I'm about to read is exactly what he was trying to do. So this is the summary. Not my words again. That I'm not sort of like contracting any of this. I thought I'd give it all. This is what this says. But when you look past the unreliable narrator and the POV character bias, Martin's aim becomes clear. The whole plot line is designed to maneuver Dany into a mental place where she'll decide to sideline her concerns for innocent life and take what she wants with fire and blood. Martin's triumph is in handling this character development in such a natural and organic way. He gives Dany as much agency as he can. Her hand is never truly forced by the Harpy or slavers. He presents her with incredibly difficult situations, places her core values into conflict, and makes her choose. Her choices first go one way, then another. Now the transformation is complete. The Dany we knew at the end of A Storm of Swords is gone. The one who reaches Westeros will be a very different person. The dragons are now unchained, and the gloves are off. So that's when we say Dany's going down a dark path. That's what we mean. That her she'll decide to sideline her concerns for innocent life and take what she wants with fire and blood. That is what we're working with here. What George R. R. Martin has said. So, how do we kind of reconcile that with what we know of Dany? Well, She's clearly taking a different turn. Does this mean that's going to carry on all the way through the next two books? Clearly not. This is where she's going at the moment. It's where he's taken a whole book to get her to this place. And so for the next book, at least, this is the kind of path she's going down. Now, I think we also have to remember that this is grimdark. This is the style of writing, this type of fantasy George R. R. Martin has got going on here. This is not like, and then the hero saved the day and everyone was happy. This means that there may well be a good outcome, but maybe not through the best possible means. And the world may be saved, but in kind of dark ways. As for prophecy that we've had, House of the Dragon has played up a lot this prophecy, the Song of Ice and Fire, there must be a Targaryen sat on the throne, etc., etc. This is a really important addition here. I do not think that this we know the word, we don't know the words of this specifically, so I do not think that this is one of these things that we could say, well, this is definitely exactly what's going to happen. It may be this is what should happen, but then they might go against it. So I'm not 100% clear here, and I think it's okay to say this. We know the direction. George R. R. Martin has been very clear on the direction that Dany is going for the next book. Expect in the Winds of Winter, she is going to be, and I'll use that phrase again, she is going to be sidelining her concerns for innocent life and taking what she wants with fire and blood. That's what she's going to be like for at least the next book. Beyond that, there will be more character development. So, do I expect to see what happened at the end of season 8? Well, not exactly that. Certainly, that came as much as they tried to sort of say, if you look back, the signs were there. Yes, there were some signs, but it still felt incredibly abrupt. So it's not going to be like that. Does that mean she's not going to be burning people? Well, I think she will definitely be burning some people, because she's going to be sidelining her concerns for innocent life. But is it going to be that? I still think no, not exactly like that. But that is about as far as we can go. And this is one of those things where I think it's okay to hold up your hands and say, I simply do not know exactly how this is going to turn. Shira Blackwood saying, hey, Robert, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the others, or the White Walkers. What are their goals? Do they have any societal structure? We have the story about the Night's Queen, a female other. Can that point in that direction? I also wonder about Benjen Stark. Can he be on his way to the land of always winter? Thanks for your great content and amazing community. This helps me get through a rough time. Well, I'm touched that this does help you through a rough time, and my very best wishes to you. So in terms of the others, I mean, we're starting out with the bigger questions here. What's Dany's end of Dany's story going to be? What do the others actually want? And again, this is one of those imponderables, because this time George R. R. Martin has deliberately not told us. I say deliberately because in the books, we've hardly seen them at all. It has to be said. Our ideas of the White Walkers in our minds are very much on the TV show, where we saw them almost every episode towards the end. They were doing this, they were doing that. In the books, we've not really seen them. So we see the impacts of what's happening, we hear the stories, we know the legends, and we have one or two incidences, like the prologue of book 1, where we actually see them. So this is part of what George R. R. Martin likes to do. It has to be said, he does like to create this kind of mystery. He thinks if you know and understand magical stuff, then it's less scary somehow. And I kind of understand that, and I appreciate that. And that is like one of these a sort of well-trod paths when it comes to horror. It has to be said. If you do not know, if you do not understand what this evil is you're facing, then it's a lot more scary. Alien 1, the first Alien movie, is, in my view, scarier than Aliens, because by the time we get to Aliens, the second movie, yes, it's a great film again, but you understand a little bit more about what this is. In Alien, you do not. Similarly, if you cast your mind back, I remember when I first read the book Dracula, and I was quite young at the time. I was probably too young to be reading a horror story, it has to be said, but I read it and I just did not know all the vampire mythos, and I was affected, as you should be, by that mysterious figure. I did not know, wow, he's turning into bats now. He seems to be able to disappear. Why can't you see him in a mirror? All of these things, this made him scary. Now we know everything about vampires. Vampires are no longer as scary as they were. This is what George R. R. Martin is doing to make the others scary, is to not tell us much about them. So we have to kind of pick the little details. One thing that he has said about them, he says that they are strange, beautiful. Think, oh, the she made of ice, something like that. A different sort of life, inhuman, elegant, and dangerous. So do they have a societal structure? I think they're clearly intelligent. We see them with swords and armor. At one point, they seem to laugh. They seem to have maybe a leader or nominated person among them, which does seem to suggest that they have some kind of societal structures. They certainly seem to be working on a strategy in what they're doing in the north. You just take a look at what happens with the White Walkers and the Night's Watch. Who are they targeting? Well, they are targeting the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jeremy Riker. They are targeting John. They're targeting the top echelons of the Night's Watch. This isn't just let's go and kill as many humans as we can. This is a targeted campaign that they've launched. So, yes, there is some kind of societal structure. Yes, they're intelligent. Yes, we only seem to have seen men at the moment, but there is that legend of what appears to be a female other. What do they want? I mean, we will find out at some point. These are not just going to remain these kind of bad guys who just want to kill humans. We will get more information. As it stands, our best guess has to be revenge of some kind for being summoned there or created or something like that. That they are clearly not just trying to get at humans, they're trying to get at the children of the forest as well. So if we go down the working assumption, which for lots of reasons seems at the moment the most likely candidate, not just because that's what happened on the TV show, but because of what we see in the books, that they were brought into being in some way by the children of the forest to fight humans. And then the children of the forest taught the humans, when it all went a bit wrong, they taught the humans how to fight back against the others. This is then them hoping that humanity's forgotten about all of that and then coming back and taking their revenge on the children of the others and the humans who caused them so much damage the last time. So that is our best guess at the moment, but it really is just a guess. This is another one of those things where we're going to have to wait until next time. Shira Blackwood, welcome to the Members Club. If you do want to support this channel, the best way to do that is via Patreon. There's a link down there somewhere. If you want to get priority questions like this, then Patreon is the way to go. If for whatever reason you do not wish to go to Patreon, then you can be a channel member here. There's a link somewhere on the screen. I have to admit, I do not know where it will be, but it should be pretty obvious, I hope. But Shira, thank you very much. Maura Lee saying, hi, Robert, here are my two... Hi there, Maura, great to see you. Here are my two questions. I'm very generous again, thank you. What will be Melisandre's main roles in the last two books regarding Jon Snow and the others? And what mysteries do you think we will find out when we travel in the lands of always winter? Well, to go on to the second one first, if that's okay. We're not necessarily going into the lands of always winter. We're going to see, this is one thing George R. Martin said a while ago. He said in the last two books, we will see further north than we have before. Now, at the moment, there's no POV character who it would appear is going to physically go to the lands of always winter. There's certainly nobody thinking about doing it. Bran is probably the nearest, and he's not in any position to be heading up there. So I don't think we're going to be going to there. But what we might get is Bran heading off there and through some kind of weirwood vision, or maybe long shot if someone like Benjen manages to hike all the way up there and haul all the way back, then maybe he might tell us. I've got some questions about Benjen later. We'll get into that in more detail. So that's how I think we will find a bit more information. It's not going to be a character physically going up there. We're just going to be sort of learning a bit. And that's going to be their home base, basically. But whatever it is, it's not just like, and here's a few houses. It has to be, just by looking at it, clear that this is a civilization that is a threat, an existential threat to humanity. Because Bran did way back when he had his first dreams and visions, he went north, north, and north again to the land of always winter and saw something that scared him, that made him realize that is why we need to be doing things. That was one of the original impetuses that was going on there. So we're going to see something there that is going to be actually kind of scary. The first question, though, was about Melisandre's main roles regarding Jon Snow and the others. Well, she sees the others as like the enemy, that she's there for fire and light, and they're darkness and snow and ice. So they are the opposite, and they're against her. So if she will probably see herself as being part of the frontline opposition, but more than anything else, her role is to be guiding and supporting Azor Ahai Reborn, who she thinks is Stannis, clearly. However, I suspect that when Jon Snow comes back, or at some point soon after that, she will come to the conclusion it's actually Jon Snow. And there's a lot of stuff working into that that we did cover a little while ago, a few streams ago, I think. So I'll just pluck out one thing, which is one of my favorite bits of George R. R. Martin writing, which is so clever when she says, I look into the flames to seek Azor Ahai, and all I see is snow. And the word snow has got a capital S. It's not just, she doesn't just see a snowstorm, she sees Jon Snow. And she's so fixated on the idea that Stannis is Azor Ahai Reborn, that the fact that when she says, I want to see Azor Ahai, and she sees Jon, that just does not compute with her. It can't be him. I wish he would get out of the way and let me see Stannis. So at some point, that mental connection is going to be made by her. And then she's going to be his staunchest supporter. Jonathan S. saying, I just started A Feast for Crows for the first time. You should get Aziz on to discuss it. The last one with him has been a while. Yes, it was. I can't even remember the last. Occasionally I've had Aziz on. If you're relatively new to the channel, I don't know Aziz, who is the face of History of Westeros, one of the OG podcasts and YouTube channels, been going on for a long time, knows absolutely everything about this world and universe. I've had him on to do live streams, I don't know, for the first 3 books, I think. So maybe it is time to do A Feast for Crows. So yeah, I'll have a think about that. Thank you very much. And Mara Lee also saying, for my fellow mods, thank you very much, Mara. Serexes saying, hi Robert. Why do you think the Strongs and Co. don't seem as shaken by Harrenhal and the Weirwood network as Daemon? This is House of the Dragon question, I'm assuming. Are they maybe not targeted by the network? So one of the things I liked most about House of the Dragon is the way that they made Harrenhal feel very old godsy. Because this was built, that weirwood trees were chopped down in order to make this a weirwood tree survived. I loved the way that they had the weirwood tree just there on the shore of the God's Eye Lake, and the branches just kind of reaching out over the water towards the Isle of Faces, as if this was just like this one lonely tree there that is connected but just wants to be closer. But then the other thing they did, and this was intentional, was that in the castle, you actually saw bits of root, not just like on the floor sometimes, but bursting through the walls, and almost as if the Weirwood Network were trying to reclaim the castle. So I really enjoyed the way that they kind of structurally set up Harrenhal. Now, why might the Strongs not be as bothered by the Weirwood Network or affected as Daemon? Well, probably because they are First Men. As far as we can tell, they're a First Men family. Strong, incidentally, if you translate it into German, it is Stark. So they're almost an echo, and so it's almost as if they've embraced this idea. They were not the ones who caused Harrenhal Castle to be built. They were literally nothing to do with it. They were just given the castle at one point. And so if they moved in, and as a First Men family, they were accepting of the Weirwood and allowing it to be there and not wishing to kind of like threaten it in any way, then that, and perhaps even allowing themselves to be little bit blessed by it, then that means that it's not a strange thing to them. This is just something that the Weirwood Network is okay for them to be there. They are okay for the Weirwood Network to be there. So they're kind of working alongside each other, not necessarily sort of like, oh, because they're all Greenseers or anything like that. There are some fan theories about Larys Strong, of course, but I think overall, I think the working assumption is that they're sympathetic without being actually pro, if that makes sense. So Roman Lakovets, given that Maegor mentions dragons bright and dark, could Fagon be related to Aryan Bright Flame somehow? Ooh, it's a good question. Dragons bright and dark. I would have to double check the exact context of that. Let me just see whether I can find it, shall we? Always good to do a little bit of research to strive on stream. So here we have, so this is Maegor. The context for this is Maegor, for those who don't know, he's a red priest who is sent by the powers that be to go to Daenerys, and they've decided that she's Azor Ahai Reborn, and they're sending him there to help her. And he seems to be very good at the whole gazing into the flames and seeing stuff. And along the way, he gets caught up with Victarion a bit later, but also here with Tyrion. Now, he has quite a convoluted journey, it has to be said, Maegor. So Tyrion squatted across from him and warmed his hands against the night's chill. Maegor took no notice of him for several moments. He was staring into the flickering flames, lost in some vision. Does he see days yet to come, as he claims? Is thinking Tyrion. If so, that was a fearsome gift. After a time, the priest raised his eyes to meet the dwarf. Hugor Hill, which is the name that Tyrion's going by. Hugor Hill, he said, inclining his head in a solemn nod. Have you come to pray with me? Someone told me that the night is dark and full of terrors. What do you see in those flames? Dragons, Maegor said in the common tongue. He spoke it very well, with hardly a trace of accent. No doubt that was one reason the High Priest Benero had chosen him to bring the faith of R'hllor to Daenerys Targaryen. Dragons old and young, true and false, bright and dark. And you, a small man with a big shadow, snarling in the midst of all. So, dragons old and young, true and false, bright and dark. Is this Um, is this saying that Fagon young Griff could be related to Aerion Brightflame? I don't think that's the clear implication of this. I think that if I had to initially react without having thought about this one too much, I have to admit I've not analysed Makoro as much as I should. I'll probably do a video about Makoro at some point. But dragons, true and false. A false dragon, we've had many people talking about the false dragon. This is young Griff. A true dragon, Danny, possibly John. Bright and dark. So, bright dragon, that's one working on the side that he sees as being the side of R'hllor. Dark, if I had to guess, this is my working theory that Euron might get a dragon. If he does not manage to capture one of Dany's, then maybe he will kind of magic one up in some way. That's another working theory. I've not completely worked my way through, a little bit tinfoil, but the dragons will not, I suspect, all remain on Dany's side all the way through this. I think one of them is going to go over to Euron. But an interesting question, thank you. Bionic Iguana, have you read the Dune series? And if so, just the original books or any of the expanded books, the Brian Herbert, Kevin J. Anderson books? Any thoughts? I love the first 6 and was mildly entertained by Brian and Kevin's books, 7 and 8. I have not read the rest. I have read them, not all of them. I have read, what have I read on Dune? So I've read the main Dune book, I would say 3 or 4 times. Fantastic story. I've read the next 3 or 4 Frank Herbert ones once each, I think, maybe twice for the first couple. That was a long time ago. I haven't read any of the ones. So basically, his son took over. Dune was quite a slow series to sort of write and be expanded, but then his son took over, co-wrote them with this established writer Kevin J. Anderson, and I've not read any of them, but yeah, I love Dune. I think Dune is absolutely fantastic. It's one of the 2 or 3 things I'm asked most about, it has to be said, outside of the main Song of Ice and Fire and Lord of the Rings that we're covering on this channel. Adam Dangersmith. Hi, Robert. You're fantastic. Oh, thank you very much. Where do you see Jorah's storyline going in the next 2 books? Well, it's an interesting question. Because he is going to... So he has returned to Meereen. And so we have to try and always extract our mind from what happened on the TV show. Where we are in the books is that he got cast out. He admitted that he betrayed Daenerys. She cast him out. He sort of went off wandering sadly, and then decided, if I come back bearing a gift, then maybe she'll forgive me. And the gift that he's coming with is Tyrion. Now, by the time they get there, 2 things. First of all, Dany's not there anymore. Dany's not in Meereen. And then secondly, although yes, Tyrion is only there because Jorah brought him, that's not really a dynamic anymore. He's no longer there being tied up by Jorah and dragged along. So Jorah is not about to present Tyrion to Dany. So one of what I think is going to be the most fascinating parts of the early part of the Winds of Winter is what happens after the Siege of Meereen, because we will have the way it seems to have gone from the pre-release chapters that we've had is, you'll remember the Yunkish army was there, they were besieging Meereen, and they've got some sellsword companies outside, including the Second Sons that Tyrion has managed to get himself in with, and then up above, the 2 dragons that were trapped in the Great Pyramid, they've managed to escape, and they're kind of flying out overhead. And then Victarion and the Iron Fleet have arrived. Now, Sir Barristan, in an attempt to break this siege, has done a cavalry charge out of the front gate, heading towards these trebuchet, which are hurling diseased bodies into the city. He heads towards there. At the same point at which Tyrion manages to persuade the Second Sons to switch sides, at the same point at which Victarion and the Iron Fleet arrive. This is going to be a victory for Meereen. However, what happens then is going to be absolutely fascinating, because we're going to get Sir Barristan, who is now in effective command of the city. He's sort of launched a coup against Hisdar, and so he's there. We've got Tyrion, who's suddenly arrived, who he's got to have to figure out how does he deal with him, who he is, let's not forget, the uncle of the king in King's Landing at the time. Sir Jorah has returned, who Dany cast out before. Then you're going to have Victarion, who's arrived with this plan to claim the dragons for himself and Dany and then head off. That's not going to be allowed to happen. Moqorro's not going to let that happen. Then at some point, Marwyn the Mage is going to suddenly turn up with all of his kind of books of knowledge, and I'm here to help Dany. So what happens? How does Sir Barristan manage all of these competing things going on, while at the same time the Harpies are probably still desperately wanting to take control of their own city back? They're still thinking that they're under occupation. Yes, the Yunkish might have been dealt with, but Sir Barristan's in charge, and he's not one of us. So it's going to be a fascinating few chapters working their way through all of that. If I had to guess, Sir Jorah will be one of the few people that Sir Barristan will just go the pragmatic option and say, okay, I can't judge you. That's for Dany to do when she comes back. In the meantime, you help me out here. Just trying to keep order. So that's what he's first going to be doing, I suspect. Then Dany will come back. At which point I struggle, because if she is going down this darker path, and if she realizes that she has, she's banished him and he's come back, the obvious first instinct from her would be to kill him. But instinctively, I want him to have this longer kind of story arc. I want him to, in some way, have something like what happened on the show, which wasn't a redemption arc, but the going up to Jon and Jon giving him the sword, that worked really well. And I think he then refused it. But it's just like, this is it's been a while since I watched that. Did he take it or not? Someone in the chat will remember. But that moment worked really well, because Jorah. Jorah Mormont was like a father figure to Jon at the Wall, and so the two of them meeting, I thought, was quite moving and quite profound. But instinctively, what is Dany going to do? Is this the last thing that Jorah, if you had to say what in terms of plot requirement, what is he needed for? He was needed to bring Tyrion there, and that's it. So, don't shoot the messenger. But I think if I had to guess, there will be named characters dying in the Winds of Winter. He has to be quite high on the list. Sorry. Right. Jorah refused it, Kelly Summers. Thank you very much. Yes, I can remember. I can remember it being offered, but yeah, him sort of saying no, that's yours. Yeah, that worked well. Okay, let's go to a question. Liat Rubenfeld saying Dany promised him a sword. She did indeed promise him a sword, but then he betrayed her. So it's a tough one. This is a complete digression here, but if you're watching this live in the chat, or actually if you're watching it later, put down in the comments if you want to. We know this George R. R. Martin kills off characters that maybe we think are important, maybe we're emotionally attached to in some way. And if you go through most people's idea of what's going to happen in the Winds of Winter, there are a few main characters that they actually say, oh, and that's when such and such a character is going to die. Significant characters will die. Who do you actually think are the most likely named characters to be dying in the Winds of Winter? I mean, I'll give you starters for. I think that there's a fair chance that Cersei is going to be exacting what she thinks is revenge against the Tyrells. So I think quite a few of the Tyrells, probably Marjorie is, and the High Sparrow as well. I think that they're probably going to be going. But beyond that, who do you think? Let me know. I'll come back to the chat in a moment and see. Although first few ideas, Stannis, a few people are saying, and Theon says Dom Livesey. LykosAfiermenos saying Jorah could die, Cersei too, maybe. I think Cersei will survive through to the last book. That's just my take. Let's go to Ms. Fox in Arda saying, I am curious about your perspective on the theory that the Song of Ice and Fire refers or relates to the children of the forest being singers, and that they are related to the creation of the others and the dragons in some way. I heard this theory a while ago, and it holds together in some places, but not others. Do you think there are children of the forest in Essos that are related to the Valyrians taming dragons? Really interesting question. I mean, I've sort of vaguely come across this theory as well. First of all, what is the meaning of A Song of Ice and Fire? I think, like all good book meanings, this will operate on a number of different levels. So I don't think we're just looking for one specific meaning. I think there's certainly the dance kind of theme is coming through here a lot, not just the Dance of the Dragons, but if you remember right at the very beginning, we have Waymar Royce saying to the others, shall we dance? Let's dance. So it's like the dance imagery is set up for both ice and fire. A Song of Ice and Fire seems to be in House of the Dragon, the name of the prophecy. So this will operate on a number of different levels. My feeling is, if you go back into the history, that there were children of the forest or children of the forest adjacent creatures in Essos. They were known as the Woodwalkers. Allegedly, they are now extinct. They're no longer there, but then everyone thinks that the children of the forest are also extinct and no longer there. We've got questions about this coming up later as well, but the shade of the evening trees do give the impression of being sort of like corrupted or anti-weirwood trees. The colouring is inverted. They have the same kind of sort of powers associated with them. So I really like this theory that with the Hammer of the Waters separated Westeros and Essos, and that cut off the weirwood network. And as our working theory is the weirwood network, it's all one underground. They're all joined up, and so by cutting the link between Westeros and Essos, that actually cut off Essos from the source, which meant that they kind of they went from being weirwood trees and turned into shade of the evening trees. They're still there, they're still magical, but they've lost the kind of the life-giving element. So might they have been involved in sort of helping the dragon bonding in the first place? It's entirely possible. I mean, I suspect we're not going to get a full answer on that from George R.R. Martin. But if they were there, and if they were there before humans, then yes, it's possible. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. Rickon says, Kelly Summers, yeah, I think that's a good shout as well for a character who's likely to die in the next book. Right, let's go to Chase Stewart saying, "Hey Robert, I hope you're well and keeping cool somehow." I am, thank you. It's cooled down in Europe. If you're not in Europe, you quite blissfully unaware of this. Europe has got a bit of a heat wave going on at the moment. My small island has also had quite a lot of heat, as you might have seen if you've watched any of the Wimbledon. But today has been, for me at least, markedly cooler by quite a few degrees. So thank you. I'm doing a bit better today. Have you done any fiction writing yourself or had an interest in trying? I enjoy your storytelling style, so wondered if we might get a book. I always say at some point. Certainly on the list of things for me to do at some point. It's a matter of finding the time, and I mean, ideas have never been a problem for me. I'm sure I would be able to find ideas for a million and one books, but yeah, it's finding the time to write it. At some point, yes, I will let people know if I ever do. John Merkel saying, "Hello, hope all is nice." It is nice, thank you. I would love your take on the idea that Old Nan is Rohan Weber post her Lannister life. She mentions ice spiders a bit, and Hodor is big. His line from a later fling with Dunk. Right, so I mean, I could try and attack this from a number of different levels. Not attack it, but address it. Let's go with, I think, the fact that Hodor is a descendant of Dunk, I think seems quite strong to me. George R. R. Martin did say that we would see at least one. I can't even remember when this was. Before one of the books, he said that there would be at least one more, one descendant of Sir Dunk. Brienne is very clearly one. I think that Hodor is as well. So Rohan Weber had long red hair. The working assumption we have is that the woman that we see kissing a very tall knight, what Bran sees when going through the Weirwood network into the through the Weirwood tree at Winterfell, he sees that. The working assumption is that he sees people that he has some kind of connection with in some way, and so that is a young version of Old Nan, and she does not match the descriptions of Rohan Weber, and the timeline there doesn't quite work either. So I like the thinking. I think that there's very likely to be another meeting. So she will marry into the Lannisters later, and then mysteriously disappear. George R. R. Martin just kind of dropped this into the world of Ice and Fire, that she kind of mysteriously disappeared later in life, which does make you wonder if he was setting that up for a later Dunk and Egg story. I suspect he probably was. So is Old Nan Rohan Weber? I don't think so. That's just my take, but there is definitely a link. Maddie Cohonan saying, if you want to read George R. Martin's books, which is a better, A Song of Ice and Fire or House of the Dragons? So what we've got in this universe, so House of the Dragons is just the name of the TV show. What we've got in universe is A Song of Ice and Fire, which is the main book series. We've got the Dunk and Egg novellas, really. We've had 3 of them so far. And then we've got 2 in-world history books, being The World of Ice and Fire and Fire and Blood. If you want the easiest access, the Dunk and Egg stories are Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. The first one's called The Hedge Knight. Those are probably the easiest access way into this. But the main story, starting with the Game of Thrones, is probably your best place to start. Maura Lee, hi again, saying, are there any updates regarding the Song of Ice and Fire books, TV shows, and the play? Any news updates regarding the Lord of the Rings TV shows and movie? I can't remember the situation when I last did updates, but I will happily give an update on where we are now, starting with Lord of the Rings. If you're talking about the Rings of Power, season 3 will be happening. I don't think they've started. No, I think they have started filming now. So that's going to be happening not this year, maybe next year, but they do quite a lot of post-production on that. The film, the first of 2 films we know, which is coming out from the Peter Jackson team. It's not actually Peter Jackson, but it's going to be directed by Andy Serkis. It is The Hunt for Gollum. So that we got a date of December 2027, I think. So they've not started filming, they've not started casting. They're still quite a long way away on that one, I think. And this is a 2-film thing, so there will be another one, but they've not announced what that's about. So that's the Lord of the Rings world. In terms of how sort of Game of Thrones world, House of the Dragon season 3 is filming as we speak. Duncan Egg, or Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, completed filming, but as I understand it, they've gone back for some reshoots. Now, that's quite a long gap after they completed shooting, but I've not heard anything bad, so sometimes reshoots happen. At the moment, I'm willing to give this the benefit of the doubt and say, let's not worry about that at all. That will be coming out early next year. And nothing else has been announced. As far as the stage play is concerned, we're looking at next year now, I think. I don't know what the hold up there is. They seemed to be quite close. They were talking to theatres, which is a sign that they're quite, they've got something that they can show them. They've got a script. That I think the hold up there is probably just waiting for the right theatre, and then they can move forward with staging and casting and things like that. Song of Ice and Fire books, no update. Sorry. Wish I did, but no. Right, let's go to a question from Ranabir Mitra, saying, salutations, Robert and Dan the dog, as always. Thank you. I hope you're both safe and doing well. We well, thank you. Dany is referred to as the Slayer of Lies in the House of the Undying, and to beware the Mummer's Dragon. And she's told to beware the Mummer's Dragon by Quaithe. For me, this implies that she will necessarily slay Illyrio and Varys, and not necessarily slay Fagon, because these 2 are the perpetrators of the lies regarding the false dragon. Fagon does not even know he's a Blackfire, so in essence, he isn't really lying to anyone thus far. What do you think of this train of thinking? Well, let's go to, let's see if I can get this up. This is Dany's visions in the House of the Undying, which there's a lot of them, and they get quite confused. This is in the sort of central section. I'm not going to break down the whole structure of these things, but very broadly, you get the first section where it's kind of calm and relaxed, and she can drink in each of these different visions. She is like wandering down a corridor, peering through a door, and over there, there's a vision of Rhaegar. Over here, there's a vision of the House with the Red Door, that kind of thing. That's all quite relaxed. At the very end, there's this kind of flurry of visions just coming at her so quickly she can't react. There's an image here, image here, image here, image here. But then sort of like in the middle section, just as we're building up to that big flurry, we get an almost kind of structured set of prophetic words. When I say structured, there's a number of different things that you get. You'll be betrayed 3 times. This, whatever. But this is another bit. She gets these 3 sections. She gets 3 images followed by the saying "Mother of Dragons, Daughter of Death." 3 more images followed by the saying "Mother of Dragons, Slayer of Lies," and then 3 more saying "Mother of Dragons, Bride of Fire." Now, this is the structure here is the way to understand this, because you get Mother Dragon's Daughter of Death. We get an image of Viserys. Then we get an image of Rhaego, her unborn son, and then we get an image of Rhaegar. And that's basically saying your close family are dead, your daughter of death. So that's what that's about. Then the third bit, we'll come back to the second bit because that's the bit we're talking about here. The third bit is where it says "Mother of Dragons, Bride of Fire," and we get the first image of her silver horse trotting through the grass to a darkling stream beneath a sea of stars. That is the image of her on her wedding night to Drogo. Then we also get, thirdly, we get a blue flower growing from a chink in the wall of ice and filled with the air of sweetness. That's the blue flower is reminiscent of Lyanna. Wall of ice is the wall. This is Jon. So this is where we're thinking, oh, she's going to be marrying Jon, or he's going to be her third significant lover. And then the second, it says, "A corpse stood at the prow of a ship, eyes bright in his dead face, grey lips smiling sadly," which is a horrific thought, but this seems to imply that Hizdar, her current husband, she will attach to the front of her boat her ship as she sails off for Westeros. So Mother of Dragons, Bride of Fire. So that's about the 3 men that she will marry, presumably. So then we get the middle section follows this same 3 images and then a summary of what they mean at the bottom and under Mother of Dragons, Slayer of Lies. And the 3 images are: glowing like sunset, a red sword was raised in the hand of a blue-eyed king who cast no shadow. This is Stannis. Stannis has got blue eyes, a red sword being raised in the hand. This is Lightbringer. Melisandre has given him this fiery sword. It's not really fiery, but that's it. And that's a lie. We know that's a lie because he is not Azor Ahai reborn. Then we get a cloth dragon swayed on poles amidst a cheering crowd. This, everyone's assuming a cloth dragon. This is the Mama's dragon. This is Fagon. This is young Griff. It's a cloth dragon because he's not really a Targaryen. He claims to be Aegon VI. He's not actually. So that's another lie. And then a great stone beast took wing, breathing shadow fire. We do not know what that is. My best guess is that is Euron, who is going to claim to be a god or something like that. So she's Slayer of Lies. Now, is this literal? Is she literally going to be slaying these 3 people? I don't think many people think that she is going to be the person who personally kills Stannis, nor is she going to be the person who personally kills Euron, if this is Euron. So I don't think we must necessarily say that she's going to be necessarily slaying Fagon. So this is kind of literary language in the same way that when she's called Daughter of Death, it's not that we're not saying she's not the daughter of Rhaegar, she's not the daughter of Viserys, she's not the daughter of Rhaego. That's just like, it's a flowery way of saying it. So Slayer of Lies means that she has got a role at a sort of a flowery level. She's got a role in showing that these things are not true. Does that mean she's going to kill him, young Griff? Possibly, but not necessarily. So I think if you're trying to, if you're talking about you're saying the perpetrators of the lies, I think she is slaying, technically, in this prophecy, she's slaying the lie, not the perpetrator of the lie, if that makes sense. Okay, let's go to a question from Martin S. Hi there, Martin. Great to see you. Saying, good evening, Robert. I hope you enjoy the summer. Do you think the Valar are ambidextrous? So this is a Lord of the Rings question. Are the Valar ambidextrous? I mean, so the Valar are basically the pantheon, for those who are not completely au fait with the Lord of the Rings world. They're sort of the pantheon of gods who have been there. There's the one true God, and he's put these created beings, immensely powerful, godlike beings, to be ruling the world, Arda, Middle-earth. Are they ambidextrous? Well, I think the technical answer to this is that they're spiritual beings rather than physical beings, and can take on what form they wish. Therefore, not just a human form, they could look like a tree. So I think they're beyond the idea of ambidextrous, would be my take there. Yeldenil saying, hi Robert, hi Dan, hi mods. I have recently been rereading the Song of Ice and Fire books, and in one of the Bran chapters, I noticed the story about the 79 Sentinels. I find them intriguing. Could you tell us your thoughts on them? What do you think their role will be, if any? Do you think they have a similar role to the Lord of the Rings, Dead Men of Dun Harrow, but sworn to Jon or the Night's Watch, or will they become others? So this is one of the stories that I think that this is one of the stories that they tell. They get to the Night Fort, because this story is set at the Night Fort. And this is Bran and co. They arrive there and they basically find themselves a spooky room and tell each other spooky stories. Bran in particular, Bran loves stories, and so he sort of remembers this story of the 79 Sentinels, which is from way back in the past in the Night's Watch. And these were 79 members of the Night's Watch who abandoned their post, and they headed south. And their leader was Riswell, so they went to House Riswell, to Lord Riswell, who they thought would say, would hide them and would look after them. But actually what he did was clap them in chains and sent them straight back up to the wall again. When they got up there, then the Lord Commander decided he could just execute them, but he was going to make an example of them. And it's a pretty horrific example, is that he carved into the wall, into the ice of the wall, a space for each of them. He put them in that, and then he enclosed them in ice. So there are 79, and they froze to death there. The idea being that they abandoned their post, but in death, they are there forever, keeping watch, as they should have been. So that's the legend. Will they play some role? I think the boring answer is probably not. This was one of the stories that Bran read, but there wasn't any other kind of name check of them there, as in they didn't stop and look back and go, oh, is that one of the 79? That wasn't at all what happened. So I think this is just a spooky story. George R. R. Martin, I think, enjoys making these kind of legends. He also, every time he talks about the legends from the Age of Heroes, he emphasizes these are legends. These are not literal truth. There's probably some truth in them, but you should not interpret them as being literally true. So I think the boring answer is that very probably they're not going to play another role here. It's entirely possible that they don't actually exist. If they did, then the wall has just expanded over the years and they're trapped somewhere inside. As much as I like the idea that they might sort of answer the call and come to the aid of the true Lord Commander and fulfill their oaths like they always should, I think that the echo of the dead men of Dun Harrow will come more from the Winterfell crypts, which, if you've watched my videos on that, then you'll know what I think is going on there. So that's the boring answer, I'm afraid. I mean, who knows? I might be entirely wrong. Maybe they have got some B-roll to play, but I suspect not. Kelly Summers, do you see any echo between Lannisters and the Rains and the Targaryens and the Blackfires? Black or red? Do dragons still have claws? Is a mama's dragon real enough? Is there any echo between the Lannisters and the Rains and the Targaryens and the Blackfires? I mean, I don't think there's a strong one. Let's put it that way. So the Rains short version, for those who don't know, House of Rain rebelled against the Lannisters. This is in the time of Tywin Lannister's father, who was quite a weak ruler, and Tywin just went there and destroyed them all. They, like the Lannisters, they had this kind of like their house, their fortress was built inside some rock, and he basically just flooded it. It's horrific, and he got rid of them. And so that's what happened with the Rains, but they weren't like an offshoot of the Targaryens. The Blackfires, obviously, they are an offshoot from the Targaryens, who then tried to usurp, and the Targaryens defeated it, and then they came back again. The Targaryens defeated that, and then they came back again. The Targaryens several times. So I don't think that the echo is very strong, has to be said. But black or red, do dragons still have claws? They do. I think that's true. And is the mama's dragon real enough? I think the fact of the matter is that it's almost certainly young Griff, although I am very much of the opinion that he's probably a Blackfire, he still has Valyrian ancestry to him. He looks like a Valyrian. He looks like a Targaryen. So it's not that, you know, there's nothing there. It's just that he's a very distant offshoot from the family. And we probably don't say it enough, but there are lots of these around Westeros and Essos. We often think of the Targaryens as being, I mean, understandably, is this family tree that sort of got pruned all the way down to pretty much nothing at the end. But there are plenty of families who claim some Targaryen heritage. The Martells, for example. Quentin Martell, when he was going over to see Dany, he was there like, I'm the great grandson of a Targaryen, or great grandson. I forget exactly how many generations, but he's basically claiming a Targaryen inheritance for himself. We get Brown Ben Plum, claimed to have some Targaryen ancestry to him. He's probably right. There are other families out there who have got some Targaryen ancestry to them. And so the Blackfires are one of many. The Valyrian ancestry is it's rare on Westeros, but it's not non-existent. And when you go over to Essos, to places like Lys and Volantis, maybe not Targaryen, but well, there probably will be some Targaryen there. But Valyrian ancestry is everywhere. Which, as a complete digression, I know you like it when I do complete digression, as a complete digression, adds in this layer of slight confusion about when Robert Baratheon's dad got sent to find somebody with Valyrian heritage and bring them back to marry Rhaegar. So he got sent up because Eris basically he got sick of trying to wait for there to be to have a daughter that because obviously he wanted to be marrying his son to his daughter. That wouldn't work. He didn't have a daughter. Rhaegar had grown up, and then he thought, well, who do I want him to marry? Not one of these dirty other families over here in Westeros. Let's get somebody with some Valyrian inheritance. And so he sent a mission over there to try and find someone, and they returned with no one. Yeah, just a fool, just Patchface, which is incredibly mysterious because there must have been someone, even if it's a bad candidate. To come back and say there's no one is mysterious. But that's, as I say, that's a complete digression, and trying to go down that rabbit hole is for another day. Roman Lakovets, sorry. Before Jaime lost his hand, how did Tywin intend to resolve the issue of his inheritance without giving Casterly Rock to Tyrion? I think I've got a question. Yeah, I have it here. One of the questions actually from our patrons, a friend saying, what was Tywin's plan for getting Jaime out of the Kingsguard? He surely had one, not naming Tyrion heir, and he's not the type to just assume an opportunity will present itself. Certainly on the show, but I think in the books he criticises Cersei's decision to relieve Sir Barristan, but then wants to use that as precedent for Jaime stepping down. Not hugely significant, but something that's bothered me for a long time. Okay, so what was Tywin's plan? Tywin clearly wanted Jaime to inherit Casterly Rock. That much, I think, is very clear. And he clearly didn't want Tyrion to inherit. So part of the plan was never to name Tyrion the heir to Casterly Rock. He always left that open to Jaime. Now, so friend, your suggestion is that Tywin must have had a plan. I want to suggest that Tywin was, yes, he was kind of like a strategist at heart, but he was also a lot more of an opportunist than we often give him credit for. He was, as a default, kind of like, I'll just wait to see what happens, and then I will act based when the situation's right. I will act and make things happen for the good of House Lannister. As an example, number one, Robert's Rebellion. He joined the rebellion at just the right time. He held back for a long period of time, weighed up to see who was going to win, and then headed off to King's Landing with his army, and that was because he got himself entrance there and attacked and overthrew King's Landing, and then handed it over to Robert Baratheon, thereby making himself the hero of the hour in Robert's view, I'm sure, and meaning that he would have great power and influence after the war. And that was through him just holding back, waiting to see what happens. And I have a feeling that this is roughly the same kind of idea that he had with Jaime. Because he didn't seem to have a specific plan. There was no, okay, well, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. But I think that he was very clear in his mind, Robert Baratheon's rule was not going to last forever. He was going to drink himself to an early grave in some way, shape, or form. And then Joffrey would take over. And he would come in, as he did, and make himself Hand of the King. At which point, he would then think to himself that he's now ruling the Seven Kingdoms. And so he could do what he wanted. And that basically is what happens, is that Jaime comes back, and then Tywin sort of calls him into his office and they have a chat, and Tywin says, right, so now what you're going to do is you're going to quit the Kingsguard. I'm going to name you heir. I've got some people that I could get you to marry. You head back to Castle Rock, have lots of children, and the Lannister name can carry on. And then Jaime's like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's not the plan. You can't just tell me what to do. But in Tywin's mind, he could, because he just had to get himself back into a position of authority, and then he would make it happen. So I think the answer to this is that we need to view his method of strategy as less I've got a very long-term plan with lots of this detail here, there. He did do that in kind of war situations and things like that, but in the longer term his plan was often just, let's just wait. As long as I keep playing my cards right, the situation will move in my way at some point, and then I will pounce. Okay, so let's go to Lady Vaughan-Strauss saying, hello, Robert, I hope you're well. Maegor the Cruel. It is suggested he was conceived by Visenya through some form of magic, and that Aegon I had no true sons. Do you believe that that is the likely case, rather than to a more traditional conception, such as it was with his brother Aenys and Aunt Rhaenys? What type of magic or magic person would she have employed for this dark, clandestine task? Do you think this use of magic contributed to his cruelty, or was that just the Targaryen in him? Okay, so I did do a video on this that came out quite recently, actually. It was kind of a re-release of one I did a long time ago. That was with Aziz, as it happens, from History of Westeros. So if you want my more detailed thoughts on this, then do go and check out that video. Probably the most intriguing thing about this is actually the timing. So Rhaenys had her child first, young Aenys, and Aenys had reached the age of, I think, 3 or 4 when his mother died. And this is what we read. Her death, Rhaenys' death, left the boy prince inconsolable. He stopped eating and even began to crawl, as he had when he was 1, as if he had forgotten how to walk. His father despaired of him, and rumours flew about the court that King Aegon might have to take another wife, as Rhaenys was dead and Visenya childless and perhaps barren. So it's 1 year later that Visenya suddenly says, I'm pregnant. Now, she was, I think, 40 at the time, which at the time would have been at the upper end of what you would have thought likely, but not impossible. So, given the fact that she'd not had a child, she'd been married to Aegon for a long time by then and not had a child at all. That's why people thought, nothing's going to happen there. She was out of those 3, the one who seemed most focused on the security of the Targaryens and the Targaryen line. You see it again and again. She is the person who says we really need to have a Kingsguard to be protecting Aegon. She's the person who is there. She literally saves his life a few different times. She is the most hardline all the way through this. Now, it is entirely within character for her to have been very concerned about the fact that then they were back to 3 Targaryens. There was Aegon, there was her, and then there was this child, Aenys, who, even before his mother died, had been a bit frail and not exactly the kind of the warrior leader that she probably thought they needed. And then he regressed. And so it would be entirely within character for her to be thinking, well, what can I do? What I need now is a child. So the bit we do not know, and I think we probably cannot know, is did she then just like go back to Aegon and say, right, we need to really try now? Or did she use some kind of dark magic? I think George R. R. Martin has left it open for us. I think one thing we do have to acknowledge is the fact that the history that we've got is written by the Maesters, and the Maesters are very open to describing any woman that they're not 100% keen on as being a magic user and a dark magic user. And so I think we need to take a pinch of salt with these kind of accusations to start with. But Maegor seems, even for Targaryens, he seems extreme. And he seems, yes, cruel, but also he gets these headaches, which kind of almost paralyze him with pain. And despite having no fewer than 6 wives, he has no children. So the question does kind of raise is that, was some kind of magic used? It's possible, I think, is my answer to this one. George R. R. Martin likes leaving these things open. The way that he wrote Fire and Blood and The World of Ice and Fire is very, very much along the lines of, well, you can decide for yourselves. I'm not going to tell you exactly what happened. And here, I think that this is one of those things where we are allowed to. And I think either answer is fine. For me, I think my instinct is probably no, but I don't hate the idea that it's a yes. Maybe she used some magic, but not this kind of dark magic to create a baby out of nothing that is kind of hinted at. Stephen saying, hi, Robert and Dan. I'm curious about the seasons in Westeros, not the science of how they work, but their length. Some seasons can last for years, but are they normally much shorter? In the Game of Thrones, Tyrion tells Maester Aemon that he has lived through 8 or 9 winters, all quite brief. They are in the 9th year of summer, and I think Tyrion is about 25 at the time, which suggests that those winters mostly lasted a year or less. Is it possible that sometimes the forces that affect the seasons abate, and they have years with natural 3-month seasonal cycles? Is it possible? Yes. One of the key things that we're told here is that this is erratic. It's not a thing that you can plan for. You do not know in advance what, this is going to be a long season or a short season. It's not at all clear. The Maesters announce things after they've happened, and then say they're sort of like putting a rubber stamp. Yep, boom, we're now in summer. That's the way the system works. It's not that the Maesters go, we'll be in summer next week. They say summer has now just happened. So that's the kind of the feel we've got. There are some, and you get these, and I think this works quite well as sort of a world building thing. You get a few kind of like bits of sort of lore of the land. This, if you get a long summer, then there's going to be a long winter following it. That kind of thing. It's been a while since we had, a long winter, so we're due one. That kind of is the kind of thing that happens when the people try to make some sense of this, but there is no real sense. What we can say is that from what we see, normally winters and summers are the things that can be the longest. We hear about long summers and oh, my sweet summer child, and long winters and things like that. We rarely hear, if ever, hear about, well, this autumn was really long. We were just hanging on, waiting. When's winter going to happen? You don't hear about being autumn children or anything like that. So it is winter and summer are the two significant ones, and then autumn and spring tend to be smaller. But could there have been moments at which a year, 2 years appeared like ours? Yes, I think that's entirely possible. In fact, if you go back through the history, you might be able to find 1 or 2 instances where that sort of happened. The key is that you can't rely on it. Um, John Merkel saying, okay, a second for the day. I enjoy the parallels between Lord Butterwell and his dairy imagery and Illyrio the cheesemonger, subtle Fagon evidence. So this is in the... So Lord Butterwell is the host of the tourney at White Walls, which is the setting for the Mystery Night, the third of the Duncan Egg stories, which is basically where they're plotting the second Blackfire Rebellion. Now, the imagery between him, he does come across a bit like Illyrio. You're right. I'd not really thought of it before. That's a good observation. And Butterwell and Illyrio the cheesemonger. Yes, I don't think it's... I mean, maybe it's George R. R. Martin doing a very subtle thing going on there. I don't think this is big evidence, but yeah, I mean, another thing to sort of add to the list, I think. Good observation. Thank you. And famous elephant. War of the Six Queens? Question mark. Sansa, Dany, Marjorie, Myrcella, Cersei, and Arianne. How will Dany interact with the Queen of Westeros? And who do you think it will be when she gets there? Okay, interesting question. So I don't think... I mean, Littlefinger kind of makes a joke about the three queens after the five kings. I think it's the three queens, he says. You've sort of name checked six here. So of these, I think that... So Cersei, none of these, I say none. Dany will claim to be the ruling queen. Marjorie is queen for being married to the king. Sansa will probably not be a queen. She would be the Lady of the Eyrie. Myrcella, some people are trying to, or have in the past, tried to get her crowned as queen. Cersei is queen regent, and Arianne is a princess, but theoretically could... I don't know where the storyline is going to go, but if she, say, married Fagon, that would make her a queen as well. So the difference there is that these aren't ruling queens, the exception of Dany. These aren't ruling queens, whereas the five kings, they were five ruling kings. Now, the TV show went down a kind of a stronger path with this, in that Cersei stayed in charge of King's Landing, and after Tommen and Myrcella's deaths, she was the ruling queen. Now, I don't think that's what's going to happen in the books. I think that she will get pushed out, and she will head back to Casterly Rock, where she may claim to be queen. Who knows? But I think Marjorie will die relatively soon. Sansa will not... I mean, she might eventually become Queen of the North, but not yet. Yeah, in terms of Dany interacting with the Queen of Westeros, I think the point I'm trying to make is I don't think there is going to be a queen for her to interact with. I think the main person she's going to have to interact with is going to be young Griff Fagon when she arrives. Maura Lee. Oh, this is the characters who may die in the Winds of Winter. Euron Greyjoy, Victarion Greyjoy, Stannis, Myrcella Baratheon, perhaps one of Dany's dragons, Bloodraven, and Fagon. Interesting list. So, I mean, of those, I would say I think Euron will survive the Winds of Winter. I think Victarion definitely will die. Stannis, I mean, it's possible. It wouldn't surprise me if he survives. I'd put him close to 50-50. Myrcella, I think, probably will. I think Tommen will die first, and then she will probably die after. Perhaps one of Dany's dragons. I suspect the three will survive. through to the next book. Bloodraven, yes, it's entirely possible. In fact, quite likely that he will. Fagon, I think he will survive his way through to the next book as well. Good list, though. Whitney Davis, do you think that the Citadel got their hands on a dragon when Rhaena married a Hightower after the dance? I think it's maybe how they figured out how to hurt the dragons. After Rhaena married a Hightower after the dance. I don't think they did. The There weren't many dragons around at the time, and immediately after the dance, what they were focused in on was, I think, was poisoning the dragon eggs. So what we're looking at there is how did they know how to poison the dragon eggs? I think that this is knowledge that they've got from old Valyria. There are books there with very suggestive titles that are legendary, and apparently nobody has them anymore, like The Death of Dragons. So that's the kind of thing that they may well have in the Citadel Library. We know that many maesters over many years travelled to Valyria before the Doom and took stuff out. They've got their glass candles, presumably from Valyria, and they took as much knowledge as they could. We know, I was challenged on this, but I think it seems extremely likely, given the fact that they give out Valyrian steel links for the chain, that they've got the knowledge of how to reforge Valyrian steel. So we know that they've got some things out from Valyria before the Doom. It would not surprise me if they've got some information about how to look after and how to kill dragons. Benyovsky saying, "Hey Robert, here's a speculative. If H plus A equals M, that's Howland plus Ashara equals Mira, then the Reed genes are extremely dominant over the Valyrian-like, usually dominant Dane genes. Do you think this is because of the supposed magical heritage?" So I've got a question about H plus A equals M in a little bit, so we'll cover that bit. But if we go with the working assumption that Jojen and Mira's mother is Ashara Dane, we know that she had dark hair. So the dark hair thing is there. It's just the purple eyes. Now, Jojen, I'm stretching my memory here, but Jojen's eyes changed colour, we're told, in his youth. I would have to go through and dig up the details of that one, but that was a possible hint that there might have been other colours there. But yes, they would be a bit dominant. I think the thing to say about the Danes is that although we think of them as being kind of Valyrian, like George R. Martin has been very clear that they are not Valyrian in ancestry. This is a different kind of like gene group that the Danes are, and so although they've got an eye color, some of them have an eye color. We don't know if that's dominant or recessive. So I don't see this as a particular mystery. But yes, as neither of them look particularly Dane-like, but that shouldn't surprise us too much because Ashara Dane, other than her eye color, as far as we can tell, didn't look particularly Dane-like. What do you think, CK asks, what do you think the ultimate fate of Theon will be? It seems like George R. R. Martin is intentionally dragging him through hell as a redemption arc, but with him so maimed, I'm curious what life that will be. Yeah, I mean, it's a curious one. He, out of all of the characters, we overuse this phrase redemption arc. Out of all of the characters, I kind of get the feeling he is the one most like a redemption arc. He is at the low point and now slowly bringing himself up, and to the point where he's now sort of thinking of himself more as Theon than Reek. The Reek thing is still there. It's going to take a huge amount of time, but he's starting to shift over back to being Theon. And it's very telling that the chapter that we have for him in The Winds of Winter, the pre-release chapter, was titled Theon, because when he was not being himself, the chapter titles were being whatever he was at the time, because that's what George R. R. Martin does. When a character is being someone else, like when Sansa is being Elaine, her chapter titles are Elaine. When Arya is taking on a different identity, then her chapter titles are Mercy, or Account of the Canals, or whatever it is that she's got. The characters take on the personality that they have got in that chapter. So him coming back to being called Theon is a really important step. The key point will be he's reached some kind of contrition for what he has. He has saved fake Arya, Jane Poole, and which it shows that he is now starting to work his way. He's not saving an actual Stark yet, but he's saving someone who the world thinks is a Stark. So will he get to a point where he can atone in some way? Well, the first point he has to get to, I think, is people have to acknowledge that he didn't kill Bran and Rickon, because that's the thing that most people hold against him. And that information is going to start getting out, because Lord Manderley knows, and a few others know, that Rickon is alive. They've gone to try and get him. They sent Davos to try and get Rickon. So at some point, it's going to become clear. Theon is going to be taken at the very end of that pre-release chapter of The Winds of Winter. It's like the ravens are there saying, take him to the Weirwood Tree, basically. And so he's going to go to the Weirwood Tree. Who is it who talks through the Weirwood Tree but Bran? And so suddenly we're in a situation where in the first few chapters of The Winds of Winter, we could have Bran talking through the Weirwood Tree to Theon and Rickon appearing. And suddenly it's changed. Theon is no longer the person who kills those two people. And that's going to be the next step for him. So at the end point, him in some way, and they kind of tried to show this, I think, on the TV show. It's not going to end up exactly like that, but him sacrificing himself in some way for the Starks seems like a logical place to end his redemption arc. Hi, it's Ballerina. If an elf king, this is a Lord of the Rings question, if an elf king or queen in Valinor dies and their heir takes over, and then that elf returns from the halls of Mandos, do they get to be the monarch again? Well, you don't die in Valinor. Is these are the Undying Lands. So you don't die. So when somebody did, Feanor's mum, this is scandalous. So yes, the short answer is you don't. Elves are very aware of the fact, though, that you don't die. You go to the halls of Mandos and then you can return. They've got some classic examples. Glorfindel, the classic example. He died in Middle-earth, went to the halls of Mandos, returned, went to Valinor. So he's the elves know that person's still there, and so yeah, it's not really an issue, I think, is what I would say. So our way of understanding of like, or a person dies, are they going to come back or not? They know they're still there. It's not they've not gone. Gerald Baxter, I saw a Preston Jacobs video, Miss Sunday being a faceless man. What are your thoughts on this? She would be a very young one. She's only a child in the books. So I haven't seen the video, so I don't know what evidence there is for this. A hat tip to Preston, who always comes out. I don't always agree with Preston's theories, but I always welcome alternative views of how to interpret the text. I haven't seen the video. I can't really comment on it, I'm afraid. I can't, off the top of my head, think of any evidence why she would be, but I'm happy to be persuaded if there is some. Right, let's go to. So we did the question about Jamie, so let's go to Magma Frost saying, "Hi Robert, this is a thought I had during a recent History of Westeros stream, and I'm curious what you think about it. Darkstar is very disparaging of Arthur Dayne, saying he had a great sword, and this is in quite stark contrast to every other opinion we hear about Arthur Dayne. Aziz made the comparison that Stannis has a similar attitude about his brother Robert. And this got me thinking. We know that Robert Baratheon, the legendary rebel hero, and Robert Baratheon, the real person, are very different. And we've never met Arthur Dayne in the story. Maybe he wasn't as perfect as everyone says. A reputation as spotless as Arthur Dayne's is actually kind of suspicious in a story where characters aren't black or white. Darkstar undoubtedly has a chip on his shoulder and a bad attitude in general, but maybe he also knows something about Arthur Dayne that the reader doesn't." Okay, so I mean, I don't know all of the context of what Aziz was saying. I would definitely take anything he says into with huge respect. What I would say is, you use the example of Robert Baratheon, saying that the legendary rebel hero is not the real Robert Baratheon. I think the argument here that I would make is that he was a legendary rebel hero. If you take the just winning battle side of things, and he was also the overweight king who was a bit of a drunkard and many other bad things. He was both of those things. The kind of the I don't know that George R. R. Martin has explicitly said it, but he might as well have. The life example we have is in our world is King Henry VIII of England. We all know the images. You've seen pictures of him, big guy, big beard, eating lots. That was him. But when he was younger, he was, by all accounts, he was incredibly sporty. He was like this great sort of jousting knight, a great hunter, quite the ladies' man. He was like very impressive. But then he became king, and he had one too many feasts, and went down a path to become the image that we see of him. So that's the kind of image that we have now. Robert Baratheon, the legendary rebel hero, he was, in as much as if you read the accounts actually of the battles within that within the rebellion, he didn't just sort of sit there on his horse and direct his troops around. He got his warhammer out, and his basic strategy was that he would go charging into the middle of the battle and look for the opposition leader and just head towards him and just whack him with his warhammer. And he did this 3, 4, 5 times that I can think of, maybe even more. This was huge. This was significant. He was providing the lead, and by killing the opposition leader, he cut short many battles. We saw it famously, obviously, with Rhaegar. This is what he did. And Rhaegar was not a bad fighter. Rhaegar was actually quite a good and strong fighter, at least in tourneys, as far as we can tell. Yes, he was very impressive in his day. But you weren't talking about that. You were talking about Arthur Dayne. So Darkstar, yes, Darkstar has a chip on his shoulder. and a little bit disparaging, where people only say things about Arthur Dane because he had got an amazing sword. Well, he did have an amazing sword. I think we have to say that. But in terms of being a fighter, we should go, I think, with probably the people who saw him fight and whose judgment in terms of fighters we would trust. Top of that list is Barristan Selmy, who rates Arthur Dane very highly. And next person on that list, Jaime Lannister. He rates him as like the greatest he saw. So Ned Stark, clearly he thinks he's as good as he fought. He would have killed me, but for Howland Reed. So Arthur Dane clearly was a very good fighter. I think that much is beyond doubt. Was he morally not as upright? I think what George R. R. Martin is trying to show us with that Kingsguard is that they are wearing all white, and in many ways they do these heroic deeds and are held up as like this. This is the archetype of what the Kingsguard should be like. But we're supposed to just pause for one moment and say, who was the more honourable, them or Jaime? Jaime saw what the Mad King was doing, and at one point he said, "No, I'm not going to stand by and do nothing. This guy wants to destroy the entire city. He wants to kill hundreds of thousands of people. I'm not going to let that happen." And so he broke his oath in order to stop that from happening. The other members of the Kingsguard, in different ways, we see them again and again defending this in some way. We get the incident outside the Targaryen marital bed. Aerys and Rhaella. Jaime stood outside. He hears bad things going on inside, and he wants to go in and intervene, and he's told, no, we don't do that. We're the Kingsguard. We're defending the king. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, we're not getting involved. The Kingsguard stood by while people were burned to death by the Mad King. So when we're talking about Arthur Dane, he may have been one of the better ones, but he is there. Certainly, we get that weirwood vision that Jaime has. All of the other members of the Kingsguard come and basically accuse him of killing the king, that he broke his oath. He shouldn't have done that. They wouldn't do that. So we're supposed to, I think, look at Arthur Dane and the Kingsguard as a whole and go, yeah, they got this great reputation, but do they really deserve it? Or actually, is the person who really deserves the honour here Jaime? So that, I think, is what George R. R. Martin is doing through that. Martin S. Saying, this is another Lord of the Rings question. Why couldn't King Finwë of the Noldor be returned? Was it due to Melkor slaying him? No, it wouldn't be to do with Melkor slaying him. When an elf dies, they only die bodily. Their spirit kind of stays, and that's what goes to the halls of Anmi, so the halls of waiting, and they spend a time there, an indeterminate period of time before being returned. Some, because of their great valor and because they're needed, like Glorfindel, they kind of get a fast track through it. Others don't. Some potentially could stay there forever. So there's nothing. It's not like somebody couldn't be. It's just that it wasn't their time to be. Ghost Dreamer saying, "What about a Witcher video series? Since it's always in the intros." Yes, I've got a few Witcher videos. I've got written. Pardon me. I will be releasing them. What I try to do with the Witcher videos is that I will release a batch of them around the time that there's an interest in the Witcher. So um, probably in September. The next Witcher book, if you didn't know, there's another Witcher book. And Andrzej Sapkowski has written another one. Um, and that will be the English. It's already out in Polish. The English translation will be out, I think it's September the 29th. Don't quote me on that exactly, but it's sometime around then. So around then, I will release 2, 3, 4 Witcher videos, and I'll probably do again a few more when season 4 of the TV show comes out. Kelly Summers, are Feanor's sons bound by their oath after death? I mean, it's a good question. Whether the oath, if you as an elf, if you vow an oath when alive and then you get killed, if you get brought back, are you still held by that? I mean, I think my instinct is like in the answer to the previous question. I don't think they're going to be coming back. I think they're going to be spending some time in the halls of Bandos. So it's kind of a moot point. Robbie O'Brien saying, "Hey Robert and Dan, following on from last week, do you think Dragonbinder was introduced due to similar reasons to Darkstar? It feels like Daenerys was maybe meant to go to a Shy to maybe learn to train and bond with her dragons. Without the 5-year time jump, do you think Dragonbinder was introduced as a shortcut for that? My thinking is that Victarion will lose to her in the battle, and she'll use it to develop a deeper, maybe even bordering telepathic bond with her dragons." So I think this is really interesting. Actually, as an aside, I've been doing quite a few short form videos, which are on this channel, IDG Live, also other places. If you find it easier to watch it on TikTok or Instagram or X or Facebook, I'm posting them on there as well. And I did a couple of videos, which will be coming out in a few days' time, about this 5-year time gap. If you do not know what this is, the very high level thing is that George R. R. Martin was planning for there to be a 5-year time gap between Storm of Swords and A Dance with Dragons. And the idea being that the younger characters could age up a bit, train up a bit, the dragons could get bigger. And you can see the kind of the scaffolding for that, because he took his characters to places where they could conceivably be for 5 years. Arya training with the Faceless Men, Bran, Bloodraven's Cave. You get the idea. Now, he abandoned that, at least, well, mostly because although many of the characters he could understand, he could believe they could stay still for 5 years, and he could just like give us a little bit of, and during those 5 years, these things happened. There are some characters, he name-checked Cersei, that he simply couldn't believe she could just sit around for 5 years and not do anything. So eventually he just gave that up and just didn't have the 5-year time gap. So he's had to find a few workarounds to this. One of them is the introduction of Darkstar, Sir Gerald Dane, who it would appear is taking on plot lines that Ned Dane would have taken, the young child would have taken on had there been a 5-year time gap. But Ned Dane was still too young, so he's created a new character who's now going to be doing those things, which I think, incidentally, shows again the importance of the Dane plotline and the Sword Dawn. I won't touch on what he might be doing with some of the younger characters, but the dragons, I think, is a fascinating one, because I'd not really thought about this. It's a loose thread that I'd been aware of. What happens to Dragonbinder? Because in my mind, Dragonbinder, Victarion's come along. He's got these guys to be blowing the horn to try and control a dragon. Whether that works or not he is going to be in Slaver's Bay with this dragon horn. And then at some point, Dany's going to come back, and there is no way on this planet that she is going to take kindly to Victarion, whether he was successful or not. Victarion trying to steal her dragons. You know how she is around her dragons. So he's not going to survive. And then we've got this dragon horn. This is a kind of like a loose thread. What happens with the dragon horn? Now, I'm now connecting this with what we talked about at the very beginning of this stream, which is Dany going down this slightly darker path, certainly for the next book, and caring less about innocent lives. And Dragonbinder, we know people who blow it, they die, or at least mortal men do. There may be a little bit of like a Tolkien-esque play on words going on there. We do not know that yet. But if you blow the horn, then you die. So I'd kind of assumed that Dany's not going to be using it because she wouldn't want to use it, because people would be killed if it got used. But what if Moqorro said to her, "I know exactly how these are used"? What if Tyrion, who's there and is actually a dragon expert, says, "Yeah, actually, I've read about this as well. This is what we can do, and this is how we can make sure that Drogon does exactly what you say." She's already thought about using a dragon horn. She thought about this in one of her last chapters of A Dance with Dragons. When she's there, she'd been flown, she didn't know where, by Drogon, who just took her off into the middle of the Dothraki Sea. She had no control, and she thought, absentmindedly, didn't the Valyrians used to have dragon horns they could control their dragons with? So she's going to get one of these. So yeah, I think that good thinking that, yeah, it's entirely possible that this is how she's going to get a stronger bond with her dragons. I think that the 5-year time gap thing is actually more about getting the dragons bigger and fiercer. And my working assumption on that, incidentally, is that George R. Martin's workaround. Pardon me, I've got a bit of a stuffy nose today, so apologies if that's come across in the sound. His workaround is that if they get to roam free and if they get to eat whatever they want, as magical creatures, they will grow extra fast. And we certainly know that Drogon has been doing that and has been growing very fast. And now the other two dragons, they've been feasting away at this war that's been going on. So they've been flying where they want to. So they will now also start to grow really fast too. So I think that's the workaround that he's going to get for the dragons. Lord Medici saying, why is Stannis considered such an outstanding commander? I'm not questioning whether he's actually good, but why is he perceived to be that good? Because his resume is not that amazing. Let's walk through it. He was raised at a lord's castle. It's clear he had martial instruction, as many do, so nothing special there. And then during Robert's Rebellion, he held Storm's End. Clearly, this required leadership and a talent for logistics. However, it says little about how good of a tactician he'd be on the offensive. After that, he led the attack on the Iron Islands. But is this victory really that impressive? His foe was far inferior, and he had all of the rest of Westeros on his side. His defeat would have been surprising. His victory was to be expected. And then, of course, there's Blackwater, where he was defeated. So with this in mind, why is he so revered? What great victory can he boast, which would have been unattainable to other commanders? So I think what I'd say to this, I think it's a valid point. The first thing I would say, though, is that I don't think the word I would use is revered. Excuse me for just one moment. He's respected, I think, is the word I would use rather than revered. He's viewed as a very good commander. I don't think that most people in Westeros would say that he is indisputably the greatest. I think most people, if they had to guess, would probably say Randall Tarley was viewed as being the greatest general. And the fact of the matter is, during that period of time when these characters we know were sort of all growing up, from Robert's Rebellion up to the War of the Five Kings, there wasn't that much by way of real battle opportunity to show how great a commander you are. So there's not nobody's got this huge body of evidence that they're so much better than anyone else. So what Stannis does have is, and well, let's go through it. Defending Storm's End. He was quite young at the time. This was a siege, and there's no real evidence that Mace Tyrell ever really tried to attack it. He just kind of like camped around it. So Stannis did survive. It was pretty grim. The people inside were down to eating rats before Davos arrived with all of those onions, and so he did good. Basically, as a leader of men, he showed that he could do that. So, tick, a small tick, but it's a tick on his account. Then there was Dragonstone. This, so basically, after that, Robert Baratheon said, "Look, I've got to be here in King's Landing now and do king things." But there's still some Targaryens holding out on Dragonstone. Stannis, gather a navy, go attack them. And so Stannis does do that, and then goes over there, but the Targaryens have escaped, basically. So the bit that we hear back is Robert Baratheon just being really annoyed that they got away. We don't really hear much about the fact that Stannis did take Dragonstone Castle. We don't know really about. I mean, the working assumption is that they're probably some people put up a bit of a fight. Probably some people were quite happy to like just hold up their hands and say, "Okay, you can have the castle." But again, that's another small tick in a box. And he was made master of ships. So one assumes then for the next few years that because he took these things very seriously, that he sort of spent time learning about naval tactics, etc. Then came the Greyjoy Rebellion, and this was unexpected. Balon Greyjoy basically launched a preemptive Pearl Harbor-style attack on Lannisport, destroyed the Lannister navy, and Robert Baratheon said, "Right, that's it. We're going to go get him." And the first battle was a sea battle, which was Stannis, who took the Royal Navy plus the Red Wine Fleet and some from Old Town, went round and took on the Iron Fleet. Now, here he did seem to use some tactics. You get, if you imagine the west coast of Westeros, you get Fair Isle, which is just a little bit off of the coast, and then there's kind of the straits in between that and Westeros. Stannis caught the Iron Fleet in that gap. So he had half of his fleet come out from the north side, half of the fleet come from the south side, and they caught them in the trap, pincer movement, and destroyed them. Now, they probably outnumbered the Iron Fleet, but this was the Iron Fleet. First of all, this was the Iron Fleet, and this is what they do. These are people who spent their lives in boats. This is what their entire religion is about: water. And Stannis defeated them, and he defeated them through superior tactics. So that's a slightly bigger tick. Well done. Then from there, he went on to Great Wick. Now, all of the glory and plaudits for, if you think about the Greyjoy Rebellion, you think, who are the heroes? Oh, the heroes, they stormed Pike, didn't they? Yes. And who was over the barricades first? Well, didn't Thoros of Myr go there with his flaming sword? And wasn't Sir Jorah involved? Ned was there. These are the people getting the glory there. Stannis actually went to the biggest island in the Iron Islands and subdued all of that, as opposed to the guys that we were just talking about, the king and his key supporters who just landed on Pike, which is a lot smaller, and then took that. So Stannis got the greater military victories there out of everything that happened. They might have been expected, but they were still victories. So by the time we're reaching at the start of the War of the Five Kings, people will be looking around to say, well, okay, so we've had two wars effectively in the last 15 years. We had Robert's Rebellion and we had the Greyjoy Rebellion. Who did well there? Stannis played for, won for. At least one of them was done on tactics. At least one of them was largely down to his leadership skills. At least one of them was a ground offensive. On foreign terrain. So people will have looked at him and said, this is a capable commander. He's probably one of the better ones that we've got around here. And you kind of like judge it against who else is there left. Well, certainly people rate him higher than Renly. Robb Stark, completely untested at the start of the war. We've mentioned Randall Tarley, who was clearly held in high regard. Ned Stark, yeah, he seemed to have been very competent, but he didn't really lead the armies. He was just in Robert's Rebellion. Robert was really the big leader there. So out of all of these people, he's generally seen as good and competent. So that's where I think he was viewed as being very good rather than unassailable. Martin S. Would a ring wraith taste bad to Shelob? Martin, you ask the toughest questions sometimes. So, could Shelob eat a ring wraith? And would they taste good? Now, so wraiths are wraith-like, is probably the first thing to say. Wraiths, by which I mean that they're tied to the kind of corporeal state, but they are not. They're not physical, but they're not just invisible physical bodies. They're more kind of like spiritual beings, that this wraiths, which are tied to a corporeal plane. So, for example, the Witch King, if you forget what it says, it looks like in the movies. The Witch King, when you get the description of him in the books, when he takes on, Minas Tirith, he is there, a suit of armor, and then there's nothing, and then there's a crown. So it's like the crown is on he's not there. So Shelob is a sort of a magical being herself. I don't think it would taste good. it's the answer to your question. This is kind of feel free in the chat if you want to answer that one as well. But it's no, it's one of those things where I don't think this is one of those questions that I think there's an easy answer to. Marcus Wynn saying, "Will Brienne become an Oathbreaker?" Will she be an Oathbreaker? So she certainly will be a liar. She is a liar, because she has tempted Jaime. She said to Jaime, "Follow me. I know where the Hound is. Come on this way." So she's lying to him. The problem that Brienne has is, in fact, the problem that Brienne and Jaime have is that they've got this complex web of oaths and promises that they with them and Catelyn Stark / Lady Stoneheart, about what they said they would do. And so Brienne has sworn fealty to Cat, and Jaime has sworn that he would send back the the girls, the Stark girls, to Cat, and then Jaime didn't, but he then passed on that oath to Brienne, and then that means that that's what Brienne is trying to do, but then she's sworn to obey Cat, but then Cat is now Lady Stoneheart, so does she still owe an oath of fealty to Lady Stoneheart, because Cat died and has now come back? It starts getting quite complicated. Does Lady Stoneheart have a right to say to Jaime, I do not allow you to pass your oath on to somebody else? Or is that now his oath that he can do with it as he will? This is it gets quite complicated quite quickly when you start to try and work out who actually owes what to whom there. Which means that Brienne will be placed in a position where she has to do things that she thinks are either breaking her oath or getting very close to it. Martin S. says, I think that Gollum says orcs don't taste very good to Shelob, so I was thinking of what might taste worse. Yes, so it's a good question. Yes, but Shelob does eat orcs. But she... so he persuades her... Gollum persuades Shelob that he wouldn't be tasty. Orcs are clearly tastier than he is. And then elves and humans would be tastier still. So yes, if you have this hierarchy of Shelob's favourite cuisines, I think Ringwraith would be at the bottom. You're right, or near the bottom. Benny Hanna 111 saying, would you consider producing a video series covering the Silmarillion chronologically? Yes-ish. I certainly will be doing a series at some point doing the history of Middle-earth, which will be sort of going through the Silmarillion. So yeah, that's definitely a thing I am planning on doing. Magma Frost. Hi, Robert. I've recently been reading The Feast for Crows, and I found something interesting that I've never heard discussed. In Cersei 3, as the Tower of the Hand is being thoroughly searched shortly before it is destroyed, someone finds 4 bags of silver coins dating to the reign of Viserys I. I think there are 2 unexplored mysteries here. A Watsonian one of how a large quantity of low-value coins ended up there, and a Doylist one, and for those who don't get this reference, this is Arthur Conan Doyle as the writer of the Sherlock Holmes stories and Watson as the in-world writer. So are we talking about the meta, what is George writing about, or what's the in-world reasons for him? The Doylist one of why George included them when there's no obvious in-world story that put them there. In the very next chapter, we're told about the reign of Rhaenyra, and it's specifically mentioned that Viserys I was her father. So my suspicion is that we're meant to associate the coins with Rhaenyra's brief reign. Given how Rhaenyra's rule over King's Landing went, it's not hard to imagine why someone might be hoarding coins. So perhaps they're partly foreshadowing that Cersei will implement a very Rhaenyrian tax policy, and it will go similarly poorly for her. Cersei saw these coins and decided not to ponder and learn from the history that may have put them there. What do you think the purpose is of those coins? Well, this is an excellent question. So the answer to the sort of the Watsonian question, why are they there? I think this is a Dance of the Dragons question. Now, I did ages ago, I did a video about the economics of the Dance of the Dragons, the kind of video I like to do, which made to the point that probably the most significant, or one of the most significant decisions made in the entire war is often overlooked, which is the fact that Team Green start off in King's Landing. And one of the advantages of that is that they've got the Crown's money. They've got all the cash, and they have to decide what to do with this. And a decision is made. They're going to split it into four. Split into four. Quarter of it, they're going to send over to the Iron Bank. They're just going to put in there the deposit in my name. Boom, there we go. A quarter of it goes to Casterly Rock. A quarter of it goes to Old Town. A quarter, the rest, stays in King's Landing, and that is going to be the war fund. So they would use that for hiring troops. They were paying off people, whatever it is that they need to be doing to be fighting that particular war. Now, the coins would have been Viserys coins. So this, I think, almost certainly will have been those coins which were hidden there in the Red Keep at that time. So that's what we've got going on. Now, if you kind of wind forward the Dance of the Dragons, the bit that you're kind of referring to here is the direct result of that decision. When, spoilers for House of the Dragon, everyone, but Fire and Blood has been out for a while now. When Rhaenyra takes King's Landing and she establishes herself as queen there, the first big problem she has is she's got no cash, and the people are starving, and the city's not in a good state, and she's not got very many troops. What's she going to do? And her Lord Celtigar, her Master of Queen, says, I know what we should do. We should tax the peasants more, the small folk. And then we get this whole series of these small taxes on where you live, a tax on coming in, a tax on coming out, a tax on this type of good, a tax on that kind of good, a tax on everything that you could imagine. And this is one of the big things that turns the people against Rhaenyra, and leads to discontent, and leads to rioting, and leads to the storming of the Dragon Pit. This is one of the most significant things, and it's all down to that early decision about what to do with the money. So, you can probably tell where I'm going with this. I would agree with you completely that that one of the things George R. R. Martin here is doing is drawing a parallel between Cersei and Rhaenyra, because we are going to get, I think, in the Winds of Winter, her in charge, and we've already had in the epilogue to Dance with Dragons, we see a lot of decisions about what needs to happen, and Kevin is a sensible leader, and people say to him, we should probably raise this tax, and he goes, no, we can't do that. The people will turn on us if we do that. And in the back of your head, so you're reading it, you go, Cersei would do it. If Cersei was in control, she would do it. And when she gets in charge, as she almost certainly will, Kevin's dead, and then she's going to be Queen Regent effectively, and probably Hand of the King. She will probably do a proper coup, and so she will tax the people, and it will feel very much like Rhaenyra, and she will have to leave, and there will be riots, and she will have to leave the city. So I think that is very much, I think I would agree with you completely. That is one of the things George R. Martin is doing. There is another sort of smaller element here that I probably should have said a bit earlier, but as a smaller element here, I think, in terms of storytelling, which is to kind of underline how many secret passages and just little rat holes and hidey places there are everywhere in the Red Keep, to leave bags of silver there for what's 170 years by that point. They just got forgotten, and they've just been left there, and nobody's found them or used them since. So that, I think, is one of the things that we're being told here. There's a certain irony, it has to be said, with the person who's doing the searching, and this isn't just like let's look in every room. This is we're bashing down walls. We're just trying to see every possibility of where there might be secret passages, people might be hiding, smashing our way through, hollowing out the entire tower before it gets burnt down with wildfire. And then you find all of these secret passages, and we find this silver. And it's just to say there are secrets here. The people could hide out here. Varys could well still be hiding out in the rest of the Red Keep, and nobody would ever know. Right, let's go to Ghost Streamer with, I think this is a video idea, Targaryen offshoots, saying Plums, Longwaters, Penroses, Eliana, Dalas, and Rhaenyra's kids, ex-sister, sisters, the fates of Vaela and Maegor after egg chosen. Yeah, it's a good idea for a video. There's a lot, as I say, there's a lot of people with Targaryen heritage that are going on all around the Westeros. I just see on the screen there's a Northern Tommy comment, which it confuses me. It's been on there a while. One of the moderators. There we go. I think I've turned it off. Thank you for it, Northern Tommy. It was just sort of distracting me while I was looking at myself doing the thing. Right. So yeah, it's a good idea. There's a lot of them. I think the short answer on some of them is that I think that the Targaryen family tree was pruned down to the point where a lot of these other offshoots, so like sisters didn't have Targaryen children who got married back into the family tree. Relaxed like a cat. Hi, Robert. Is there anything in A Song of Ice and Fire that you hope isn't resolved in the final books? Yes, lots. And I think that there will be a lot that's not resolved. George R. R. Martin, I think, will leave questions like who is Azor Ahai? Who is the prince that was promised? Unanswered. I don't think he's going to say, here, big arrow pointing, this person here. I think he will want to leave us arguing about those points and suggesting that different interpretations of things long after the books have finished. And then also some of the possibilities that he's kind of like hinted at, but never enough to make it obvious. So like Tyrion Targaryen as a theory. Is Tyrion really Tywin's son? Might he actually be the Mad King's secret love child? I think he will probably leave it at a point where we go, I mean, you could argue it either way. And I know people who know the books very well and are very sensible do argue it either way. As you know, I oscillate on this one myself, but that's the kind of thing I hope that he kind of leaves out there as open to interpretation. Maybe he could, we're living in this golden nirvana now, once he's finished it, maybe he could then sort of do a huge Q&A thing and answer all of our little questions, and we will find out the things that he has decided on in his mind, even if he didn't say it in the books. Right, question from James Perkins saying, hello, Robert. You have made comparison on several occasions between the weirwood trees in Westeros and the shade of the evening trees in Essos. Both tree species seem to have psychotropic properties, be it the paste of the weirwood seeds or the blue shade of the evening drink of the warlocks and Euron. We know that the weirwoods absorb and preserve those who are connected to the network. Do you think that the shade of the evening trees have a similar kind of capacity? Do you think that the shade of the evening trees have other properties as the weirwoods seem to have? Yes, I do. So it's a point that I've noted a number of times, as you say. that there are echoes between the weirwood trees and the shade of the evening trees. So if you want a really good video and essay on it, Disputed Lands has got one. I can't remember what it's called. It's probably from quite a long time ago now, but she did a fantastic one on that. But basically, colouring wise, they're sort of opposites: white and red, black and blue. When Dany drinks of the shade of the evening drink, the way it's described as being oily, and yet first it tastes like this, then it tastes like that, then it tastes like the other thing, is almost exactly the same as when Bran has the weirwood paste. Oily, tastes like this, then like that, then like this. So it seems the same. Drinking that seems to open up your ability to be seeing these visions, which are not just what's going on around the world, but allowing you to go sort of backwards and even forwards in time. That certainly seems to be the case with the weirwood trees. Certainly you can go backwards in time with the weirwood trees, and you can go backwards in time definitely through the shade of the evening. Are there any other properties there? The extended life thing, we know that the weirwoods seem to be able to keep lives going. Bloodraven is an example. The weirwood tree just seems to sort of keep him going. And the shade of the evening trees, they are just outside of the House of the Undying. And what's inside the House of the Undying? The Undying. The Undying are basically, as far as we can tell, warlocks who have just drunk a lot of this shade of the evening stuff, and they still exist. They're still there. And so there's this extending of life thing that's happening with both of them. What else we might see with the shade of the evening, there does seem to be a kind of like a sucking in of the light, a darkness emanating from them that we see when you read the description of Dany going in there. It seems like an unnatural darkness in this sort of copse of trees of shade of the evening. And then the other property that I think is there is the weirwood trees. When a weirwood tree dies, then its trunk, its wood, becomes as hard as stone and white, obviously white stone. Shade of the evening, you would expect the same thing to happen, to become black stone, to become black, oily stone. So that's my working assumption: is black, oily stone comes from the shade of the evening trees. Martin S. In a George R. Martin planet upon which Westeros and Essos it's the George R. Martin planet upon which Westeros and Essos are about Earth size. Gravity doesn't seem noticeably different in magnitude than Earth's, but I'm not sure that proves anything in this genre. No, it doesn't prove anything. The continents are bigger. We don't know the overall size is the short answer, because we haven't gone round it in any direction. Nobody's travelled west from Westeros. Well, we think some people have done, but nobody's come back to tell us about it, going west of Westeros and then coming around and told us how long that is. Nor has anyone gone north, south. As far as we can tell, no one's been south of the equator. So we do not know from Westeros. Probably are people south of the equator, but nobody from Westeros seems to have been able to do that. So we do not know the size of it, but the continents certainly seem to be large. So probably a bit larger, but the point is that this doesn't really matter. George R. R. Martin, when he's asked particularly about the seasons and people give him these answers about, well, this is because the planet is in this kind of like a wobbly orbit, which means it sort of does this, and that's why the seasons are out of balance. So he's just like, no, don't don't look for a scientific explanation. This is a magical world. There's magical explanations. So I think that yes, we can sort of try and dig into the detail. He hasn't given us all of the detail, so he doesn't really want or need us to in order to understand and appreciate the world. Tony Krugliak, would you consider ever covering lore from video games or other media? Yes. So immediate in the immediate term, as in I generally think year to year. For the rest of this year, it will still be A Song of Ice and Fire, Lord of the Rings, and Witcher every now and then. That's what I've got. I will. I simply do not have the time to cover other things. I'm afraid. Um, I will reassess when we get to Christmas. I normally take a couple of weeks off for Christmas. Highly encourage people, whatever your annual pattern is, just to take some time off at some point and just let your brain work through stuff. I find it incredibly therapeutic. So I always do that for a couple of weeks over sort of Christmas and New Year for me, and then kind of assess what I'm going to do each year. So maybe I will do. I have on occasions thought I've never quite managed to find the time. Apologies, I've sort of half promised it sometimes and never quite managed to go through with it. To do kind of like lore playthroughs of some of the video games associated with the franchises, the worlds that I sort of do lore videos on. I might still do them if I have time. But as for sort of an Elden Ring video, I think the short answer at the moment is no. But that's not a never. Erin's son X. Hey Robert, some news. George R. R. Martin will appear at New York Comic Con in October, and I got a ticket to his event. What's your wildest guess on what he'll announce? Well, actually, I've got half a thought of maybe attending that. I was very tempted when I saw he was going to be there because he was going to be at Seattle. I did have half a thought to go to Seattle to Worldcon because he goes there every year, but that is a very long way away. New York is slightly closer. But in terms of what he's going to announce, I think we kind of build up these things as being he's going to make an announcement because he's going to be there. I don't think that's necessarily the case. He might announce something, but equally he might not. If he does, it's probably more likely to be that HBO or whatever they've officially greenlit doing an Aegon's Invasion film or something like that would be more likely than, and I've just finished a book. As much as we'd all like him to say, and I've just finished a book, I think a new TV show or film is more likely. But you wanted my wildest guess. If you want a wild guess, I don't think it's true. But if you want a wild guess, is he's secretly been working on Fire and Blood Part 2, Blood and Fire, and he's actually already a good way into it. He has definitely written some of it. We know this. He definitely finds it easier to write than A Song of Ice and Fire. And he definitely snuck out Part 1 when we were all thinking that he was trying to write The Winds of Winter. So it wouldn't surprise me if at some point he comes out and says, "Yeah, I've been doing this actually in my spare time." So that's my wildest idea. Martin S. If a combat board game was made based on a George R. R. Martin world, how large would the gap in melee offense stat be between Cersei Lannister and Barristan Selmy Prime Age version? Melee offense stat that would be huge. So Barristan Selmy was, with the exception of Arthur Dane, who we've mentioned, the premier fighter of his day. He was a genuine legend. You read about what he did, and it's like George R. Martin's just having fun with this idea of like this legendary knight who does stuff. The best bit is the Defiance of Duskendale, where this is a castle inside a fortified town, and he's being held prisoner in the dungeons, and the decision is made to attack, and the threat is if the forces outside attack, then the king's going to be killed. And Barristan Selmy goes, just let me just hold off for one more night. Just let me try and do a solo raid, and I'll try and rescue him. And he does it. He like it's like a video. The way it's described, it's like a video. He like runs in, scrambles over the wall. He manages to get to the castle. He breaks in. He goes down, rescues the king from where he's being imprisoned, throws him over his shoulder, runs out, fights off some baddies while he's doing it, manages to escape back out again, and the king and him are okay. And it's like that should not be possible. But somehow he managed to do it. So yeah, the difference would be massive. Googly woogly. Thank you very much for letting me say your name once more. No question, just hello. I don't make any of these lives anymore, but I listen to everyone. Thank you for keeping up, and cheers. Well, thank you. It's great to see you, and it's lovely to know that you are still listening to them afterwards. And actually, if you are, we're quite a long way in now. Yeah, 2.5 hours in. If you've got this far, and you're not watching live because you can't watch live for whatever reason because you can't make these times, then just want to say thank you. I appreciate you. Even if you can't watch them live, I know lots of people can't. In fact, many more people watch these not live than watch them live. So yeah, it's just me sending out a little bit of love to you if that's you. But as I've just slightly paused from the questions, let me say some thanks. First of all, thank you, patrons. I hugely appreciate your support. I say this every single week because I mean it every single week. If you would like to support this channel, thank you, first of all. I hugely appreciate it. The best way to do that is through Patreon. If you'd like to get priority questions for these live streams, the best way to do that is via Patreon. There is a link down in the description. Also, moderators, you do an amazing job. Thank you. I did a little shout out thank you at the very beginning of the stream, but I'm going to do another one now. If you're watching live, please do go and give a little bit of love to the moderators because they do a fantastic job. Lady Q, who would win in a fight, Aragorn or Gimli? I hate these ones. Who would win in a fight unless it's between Barristan and Cersei, which I think I know who's going to win that one. I mean, my default answer is probably Aragorn, but Gimli is really impressive as a fighter. I mean, he killed like over 40 orcs on his own, hand-to-hand combat. When you go to that, like, you know, the how many orcs did you kill, Legolas kind of deal, it's often presented as Legolas is like, oh yes, you just beat me. Legolas got up to 20 before the orcs had got to the walls. So he was there just shooting them from afar. All of Gimli's ones were hand-to-hand combat. He was a machine. I don't think it would be an easy fight for either of them. Paris Ballerina. Melisandre says some pretty sus things about glamours and finger bones. Do you think she has Davos's lucky bones? Is that why she had no luck at the Blackwater? Is that why he had no luck at the Blackwater? What will she use them for? Why impersonate Davos? So this is this is a sort of a fan theory that's been around for a while. Davos, if you remember, he So he saved the day during Robert's Rebellion. We already mentioned it. He comes in with his ship, smuggles in all these onions to Stannis, stops him and his garrison starving. Afterwards, Stannis rewards him, knights him, gives him land, all of the good things. But also he says, but you're a smuggler. And I need to show that by cutting the fingers off your hand. So he does that. And Davos keeps the finger bones in a little pouch around his neck, which he kind of like holds on to for luck every now and then. So this gets lost in the Battle of the Blackwater. He goes. He basically, when the wildfire happens, what happens with Davos is he dives into the water, and he's swimming underwater, and it's a really good chapter actually. If you ever get a chance just to read that one again, and he can see above the top of the water is on fire, and he's there just like swimming for his life. I either get to the end of this fire or that's it, I'm dead. And he sort of kind of ends up washed up on one of these kind of like rocky spikes they have out there. And he kind of, it's written almost as if he's like sort of died and come back to life. That's the kind of, and a lot of characters have this kind of feel to them. Tyrion similarly, Patchface similarly. Davos thinks he hears the voice of the mother from the Faith of the Seven, sort of like saving him and guiding him. But he loses in that, all that happened, he loses his finger bones from around his neck. That should be the end of that. But much later, again, let's see whether I can find it. I don't know. This is like one of those ones that I might not be able to, but let's see whether I can find exactly what Melisandre says. No, I probably can't. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so she talks about glamours, Melisandre. So she'd gone to the wall. So this is several books later. We're at the wall, and she's kind of like explaining to Jon Snow, oh yeah, you think that I killed the Lord of Bones? Actually, I did like this glamour thing with so you think that I killed Mance Rayder, but actually it was I swapped the bodies over because I've got a glamour on him, and this guy now looks so it's Mance Rayder I saved. And John's like, so what? And then Melisandre's saying the bones help. The bones remember. The strongest glamours are built of such things. A dead man's boots, a hank of hair, a bag of finger bones. With whispered words and prayer, a man's shadow can be drawn forth from such and draped about another like a cloak. The wearer's essence does not change, only his seeming. So basically, she says, what I did here was I've made Mance look like someone else by taking some bones. And a lot of fans have taken this and gone, finger bones, bag of finger bones. Davos had a bag of finger bones, didn't he? And then he lost them. Has she got it? So my instinct here, I understand why people have made this connection. But he's lost them in Blackwater Bay, and she was nowhere near there. And she has no particular reason for wanting to be doing a glamour, pretending to be Davos. So unless we get any other clues, then I think the answer is no. There's no connection here. The connection right in front of our eyes is this is the Lord of Bones. This is the guy with an entire suit of armor made out of bones. Of course, she'd be talking about bones. She's not talking about Davos. There's no hint about Davos here. It's just the word or the phrase "bag of finger bones." So I think the answer is no. Maybe we'll get something else which will make the link, but I think the answer here is no. Rabbi OB saying, "Hey Rob and everyone else, joining late, but shout out for Robert, all the mods, and most importantly, Dan the dog." Thank you very much. And Stringer Studios, what's going on with Sam in Bravos? So what went on with him was, so they arrived. John sent Sam and Gilly and Maester Aemon and Darian over to. The idea was to get down to Old Town, but they could get a boat across to Bravos. Then they were going to, from there, they were going to get a boat which would take them down to Old Town. That was the plan. But then Darian basically loses the money, and they've got nothing. And Aemon is ailing. He really needs to. They need to buy. The longer they're in Bravos, the more it costs them to rent a room, and also they need to be burning wood to keep him warm because he's really old and frail, and wood is incredibly expensive in Bravos because they don't really have much by way of trees. The situation gets worse and worse, and basically Sam ends up selling everything that he's got except for like the clothes on his back and this strange horn I've got the left that John gave me. Maybe that'll be important later. And he promises to work to pay their way and get onto a boat. So what's going on with Sam is that this is just a stop-off point, really. It provides Arya somebody to kill, and it gives a reason why Sam hasn't got much when he gets down to the south, and also Maester Aemon gets a lot worse. Okay, let's go to Stephen. I've recently been thinking about Littlefinger's master plan, and I have two broad questions that I'll ask separately about what he might be planning in the future. My first question is about the Crown's debt to the Iron Bank of Bravos. As King Robert's master of coin, Littlefinger borrowed all that money and never tried to pay it back. So why does he want the realm to be so deeply in debt to the Iron Bank? Well, he used the money for all kinds of business ventures, enriching himself and building up his own influence in the process. He is such a schemer that he can't have been negligent in the consequences. Could he have intended to use the debt in his future plans? Maybe he plans to convince the Iron Bank to support him seizing the Iron Throne, with the promise that only he can get their money back. And then you asked if I'd do a video on the Iron Bank. Yes, I will, absolutely. So what's going on there? Well, I think the first point is to just acknowledge, yes, you're right, that he will have known that they are getting deeper and deeper and deeper into debt with the Iron Bank. And he could have at any point, yes, he's not there. He's not going to be the person who like stands up to Robert Baratheon and said, "No, we're not having another tourney." But he could at any point have sort of turned around and said, maybe we can try and find some other way of making this money. Or could we perhaps, things are getting a bit tighter, could we perhaps cut it down a little bit? He willingly allows this debt to grow and grow and grow. Why? Yes, you're right. He's using the cash flow to be making himself lots of money. That's a thing that he did. But also, how does he work? Chaos is a ladder. He wants chaos. He wants the realm to be at war. And so he is just basically, by doing that, he probably didn't yet know exactly where he would be at any particular moment in time, but I think that he probably thought there will possibly come a point where the Iron Bank are going to try and get this money back. And he knows, because his family are from Bravos, he's shown that he understands how the Faceless Men work. He will know how the Iron Bank works. So he knows that they will start coming to get that money back. And if they cannot, then they will back an alternative candidate. And that alternative candidate will then be at war with the Iron Throne, and that will provide the chaos that Littlefinger always backs himself to do better in than anybody else. So that's the overall plan. It's not a detailed, this is going to happen, then this is going to happen, and this is going to happen, because he didn't know all of the sort of ins and outs. As it happens now, he's probably thinking to himself, so I'm going to spend my time in the north half of the continent now. I've got control over the Vale. He's consolidating his control over the Vale. He's theoretical control over the Riverlands, or at least over Harrenhal, and he is going to be using Sansa to try and take control of the north. So he is going to sort of try and take all of that area. He will know that that will take a little bit of time. In the meantime, he probably will be expecting the Iron Bank to be looking to who are they going to be backing against Cersei. And there is somebody else in open revolt, Stannis. So he's probably expecting the Iron Bank, as they do, to go and back Stannis. He is going to be all right with that, because he would then say Stannis and Cersei can then fight it out. And whoever wins that is going to be incredibly weak. And then he can come in and take over afterwards. And he has got all of this money that he's been amassing with all of these various schemes he's got going on, that he will be able to pay at least some of that money back. So that's probably his plan now. The second question was how much he knew of Varys's plans, and how will he respond to Fagon's invasion. On the one hand, he is an opportunist and adaptable, and he might be happy for them to cause chaos in the south. On the other hand, if he was relying on Cersei's unstable rule to build up his own power, and if his ultimate goal is to rule the Seven Kingdoms himself, then surely the last thing he would want is for a popular new king to come in and sweep away the old regime that he had worked so hard on. Will he seek to ally with Fagon's forces or feign allegiance while he plots against them? Could he seek to buy the loyalty of the Golden Company? Their leader, Harry Strickland, is more of a businessman than a soldier, and seems like someone Littlefinger could work with. So I think the answer is yes. He will be, to the first bit, he will be very happy if the Seven Kingdoms is fighting itself for another few years while he solidifies his hold in the north. That's not a problem at all. Yes, he could certainly, Harry Strickland is certainly somebody that he could probably think he could do business with. If, in his mind, whether it's Stannis or young Griff, somebody fighting against Cersei is good for him. He is going to solidify his control in 3 parts of the Seven Kingdoms, and then once they've fought each other into the ground, then he can swoop in and take the rest. That's probably his overall thought. CK, do you think The Winds of Winter is taking so long because it's just too much to condense in one book? On my second read, I can't see how George R. R. Martin satisfies all these character arcs and plot lines in just 2 books. Yes. So I did a book ages ago. I did a video ages ago that I'm going to re-release at some point soon. How big will The Winds of Winter be? Which is not just about here's a number of pages, but it's like trying to work through what plot do we need to get through in order to have a satisfying Winds of Winter. Because I think certainly in the first half of the book, we've got a lot of clues about what's going to be happening in the plot. Second half, Gardner Writer could go anywhere, but certainly we can, if we know roughly an endpoint where we're heading towards, we can roughly work out what plot needs to happen. And the short answer is that yes, there's a lot of plot. Now, we are currently at the widest point in the plot, I would say. From this point, it's all going to start getting contracted back in. Is the reason it's taking so long because there's so much plot to be included? I don't think it's quite that simple. I don't think it's just a matter of that he's just keeping on writing. It's not like he's now he's written the equivalent of 5 extra books, that there's all this plot he's need to get through. I think it's that he's got so many different moving parts, that it makes it quite hard when that's connected to his style of writing. Let me give you the classic example. After A Dance with Dragons, which took a few years, and he felt he owed everyone an explanation. And the explanation he gave, he called the Miranese knot. He said that in Meereen, he had an issue, which was that there were lots of characters who were all going to be coming to see Dany, and in different orders. And they could arrive in different order. So Xaro's own Daxos, we had Quentin Martell, we've got the Yunkish arriving to attack, we've got Victarion, Tyrion's got to arrive at some point, Marwyn the Mage. Obviously not all of these have arrived, but what he was saying was that he had to try and work out what's the best order for all of these different people to be arriving in Meereen. And so he gave the example that even if you decide what order they're in, then you have to decide the timing. And the example he had was Quentin. And he said, so he wasn't sure whether Quentin should be arriving well before Dany's married, the day she's getting married, or after she's married. And so his writing style is not to just sort of sit down and plot it out and then go, I'll do that one. He actually writes out these chapters. So for each of these options, he wrote out 2, 3, 4 chapters ahead, just to see where that went. And then from those, he went, that's the one we're going with. And then he picked up those other chapters and he wrote them up, and he didn't actually write them up and throw them away. He hoards all of this stuff in case he needs it later. So that's all there figuratively in his desk drawers. That was his explanation, and he said that all of these different plot lines intersecting and who comes at which order, therefore who meets whom at which point in time, that felt like it was a tangle of strings which became a knot that he had to untangle. Now that is what's going to happen in the Winds of Winter, and what has been happening in the Winds of Winter, in my view. Because if you take just the Meereen thing, that's all well and good. But then you take any one of a number of different areas, and we've got action. Let's not forget we've got action happening in and around King's Landing and the Stormlands. We've got action happening around Old Town. We've got action happening in the Riverlands. We've got action happening in the Eyrie, over in Bravos, up in the north of the Wall. We've got action happening all over the place. But just to pick one of them, say the Riverlands, the amount of different groups there at the moment are huge. You've got Jaime and Brienne who are currently in the same place and probably going to Lady Stoneheart. So at the moment, they're all in the same place. But we also have the Blackfish, Brynden Tully. Where's he? We also have his garrison, 200 soldiers, which are out there somewhere. Where are they? We have Nymeria's super pack of wolves. Where are they? We've also got Jane Westerling in that sort of wagon train heading out of the Riverlands to the west. Where have they got to? We've got the rest of the Brotherhood without banners who kind of like decided to leave Lady Stoneheart. Where have they got to? We've got the remnants of the Brave Companions. Where are they? We've got the Hound. Where's he got to? There's probably several other people that I've forgotten just in the Riverlands. And each of those different groups could bump into other different groups in any kind of order. And that would affect what happened each time. So if Nymeria's super pack comes across Jane Westling's heading west, that will create one particular kind of encounter, but that would then mean that the outcome of that is going to be very different in terms of when Jane Westling, if she survives, meets another character, and then that thread then goes on, because if those two characters have met up, that will then impact on another different plot line if they run into the Blackfish. That would be a completely different story to if the Blackfish intercepts Jane Westling's sort of wagon train heading off west, or a completely different story if the Brotherhood without banners do. So all of these, the story would be completely different depending on which order people meet other people. And that, for George R. R. Martin, is like this whole series of threads, bits of string that he has to put in the right order. And he will write, oh, let's go down that route and see what happens if that happens. Oh, didn't like that. Let's go down this route. Oh, didn't like that. Let's go down this route. And that, I think, is what is happening, is that he's being this Gardner writer, but the amount of characters and the amount of different possibilities are now so huge, it takes him a very long time to work his way through all those different possibilities. So Tony Sled, what do you think about the Blackfish? Oh, we're talking about Blackfish just then. Returning to the Vale to find Littlefinger and Sansa. Baelish thinks Blackfish, Stoneheart, and Robb's men are gone. I think the Blackfish will see it now as his duty to be in the Riverlands. So probably he will want to be rescuing Jane Westling and Edmure Tully, who are in that wagon train. So probably that's what he'll want to do. He will also want to win back the River Run from the Lannisters and the Freys. I think he would view that as the priority over going to the Eyrie, where he left his sort of commission, particularly if Lysa's dead at this point. Jam, Arya's last lesson from Syrio, which he implies is most important, seems to be about seeing through glamours. How do you think this will affect her story? Yeah, so I mean, it's an interesting question, because it's introducing the idea that someone is not who they say they are or who they present themselves to be. So conceptually, what this has done is it has put into her mind that she can do that. So whereas Sirio's training was very much, he was there protecting the Sea Lord effectively from the Faceless Men by looking to see what is it, what do they really, or who is this person really behind the facade. The lesson Arya may well have taken from that is you can hide behind a facade. Might she see a few things? Well, it's entirely possible, but she's not gone down that lane. The people who are not who they actually are. It's entirely possible that this will pop up from time to time, like it did with Jaqen. Jaqen was not who he presented himself to be, and with that mask off kind of thing, and that intrigued her enough to take her on to Bravos. So, yeah, I think that's really where that is part of her arc, which has taken her to this. There's two key themes running through Arya's arc, one of which is this killing and death thing. The other one is identity. More than any other character, she has had her identity changing. If you count the different names that she's gone by, you get well over a dozen. In in Bravos, obviously, she's been Mercy, she's been Cat of the Canal, she's been whatever, she's been all of these different things. But then, even before that, then she took on Squab, she took on Arya Underfoot, she took on Ari. She has all of these different names that she was been taking on. Identity will be the thing which is key to her leaving Bravos, because it's the fact that through all of this inside, she's still Arya Stark of Winterfell, and reclaiming her identity as Arya Stark of Winterfell is going to be the key moment for her. And Needle is going to be the key, claiming that sword back is going to be the key moment within that reclamation. Martin S. I like fantasy, but one trope can vex me. Hero is destined to save the day, even though there is a far more competent big good around. Frodo works for me, but that is only because destroying the One Ring is not a combat feat. Yes, so the hero is destined to save the day, even though there's a far more competent big good guy around. So I'm going to assume, not wanting to put too many words in your mouth, is like Harry Potter was destined to save the day, even though there were stronger and more powerful magicians out there. I understand that. I think in this we can feel Tolkien's influence. Tolkien, no other subgenre has been influenced more than by one author more than Tolkien has influenced fantasy, both by people copying him and then by people reacting against him. But yeah, so in fantasy, for a good 20 or 30 years, this idea that you do get that kind of like this great promised king, but there's might also be like a weaker character who is the real hero who's going to save the day. That's pure Tolkien. Uh, is that the case in A Song of Ice and Fire? Well, the most powerful people might not be the ones who actually ultimately save the day, but then also they might be. I'll have to see how this pans out. I think Bran will end up being incredibly powerful and incredibly important. So Tony Sled, Blackfish can access more forces in the Vale. He could, but the Vale's a long way away, and winter is coming. What would he be hoping to achieve? So I think he came back to help out the Tullys. He clearly had a conversation with Edmure. Edmure came in, he had a conversation with the Blackfish, let the Blackfish out, and then opened the gates for the Lannisters. So he's obviously set him out for a reason, allowed him to go off and do what he wants to do. I think that the Blackfish would be too proud to just abandon the Riverlands at this point, to go back and by the time he sets off, he may well not be aware that Lysa's dead. So he's going back to do what? Just stand guard once more in the Vale? That doesn't really sound like him. I think he's more of a kind of a proactive guy. Rose Gray saying, "Hi Robert, love the recent series on mysteries. Why do you think? Thank you. Why do you think? Sorry, who do you think left the cache of dragonglass and the horn for Jon to find? I'd never noticed the description of the ground being freshly disturbed until a recent reread, and find Ghost's behaviour highly suspicious. Is this another chance to blame Bloodraven? Yes, it is. Absolutely. We can basically say, I mean, there's two elements going on here. It is freshly dug. Somebody has dug it up, an ally of Bloodraven, and what is it that's been hidden there? Well, we've got a whole cache of dragonglass and what we think is the Horn of Winter. So this is providing Jon and the Night's Watch with what they need, given the fact that the army of the dead is coming straight towards them. So this is Bloodraven helping out because he knows what's going on. and one of his lackeys, perhaps Cold Hands, perhaps somebody else, is actually out there doing the work on the ground. Jon finds it because Ghost goes over and starts trying to dig it up, basically. Why does Ghost do that? The clear hints are that Bloodraven has for a while now been walking into Ghost to take Ghost off and guide Ghost, and through Ghost, Jon, to what he needs to see or have or do. There are so many times when Ghost is there just keeping Jon where he should be, showing Jon what's going on. Jon tried to abandon the Night's Watch. It wasn't his friends catching him. It was Ghost who's making a huge amount of noise and basically getting in the way. That's what guided his friends to find him and bring him back. So Ghost was the one who stopped Jon leaving the Night's Watch. Ghost was the one who found those the bodies of those whites. Ghost was the one who was there showing Jon that the whites were attacking Lord Commander Jorah Mormont. So again and again and again, Ghost is the one who's there. Now you could say, "Oh, Ghost is just really clever and he can smell stuff and things like that." That the imagery of the white hair and the red eyes is spot on with Bloodraven, and so all of the hints are that that's what's going on. So Bloodraven had somebody dig it and put it underground. Then he had Ghost go and show Jon where it was. Maura Lee, what stories do we have to look forward to on the Well Told Tale? Oh, thank you for asking. Yes, so if you don't know, I've got the Well Told Tale. I do classic science fiction and fantasy stories. Now, I've had to take some of them down for so for copyright reasons is accurate, but also not fully explaining the situation. There's a lot of stories where I've decided to err on the side of caution and say, although the story is absolutely in copyright, maybe the translation isn't, or some stories, like for example 1984, is absolutely in copyright in the UK. That's I was really excited to be able to read it, but then it got pointed out to me that it's not in copyright in the US. So YouTube, I asked YouTube about this, and they basically said, well, they shrugged their shoulders and said that, we can't really advise you on this. And so on some of these things, I've had to take a kind of a step back and say, okay, I'm going to have to err on the side of caution here. So I've taken a few stories down, and I'm going to try and put up as much as I can again as quickly as I can. While I was at it, I also took a few down where the audio quality was really not very good when I had a very bad microphone. So with that in mind, given the fact that some of those early stories didn't appear on the podcast, they only appeared on the YouTube channel because it runs as a podcast now as well, if you're interested. You will get the first two stories I did, I'm re-recording and reissuing, and they're really a good one. The War of the Worlds will be starting this week coming up, and Frankenstein. So those are the two, and there's a Frankenstein film coming out as well, and so it's actually quite good timing. So those, I'm going to be reissuing those with new and better audio. And there was I did this last Wednesday, a Solomon Kane short story. Solomon Kane, if you do not know, Robert E. Howard, who did the Conan stories, he didn't just write Conan. He wrote a number of different characters, and you get this amazing character called Solomon Kane. I've done one story before, very well received. People loved it. So that one's gone up as well this week. Martin S. I was thinking about Harry Potter. I was thinking about Harry Potter largely. There's a reason Gandalf can't take the ring, but there is no reason Dumbledore can't defeat Voldemort, other than plot clad in destiny mumbo jumbo, in my opinion. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not covering Harry Potter on this channel, so I can't. I'm not going to comment too deeply on that, but I understand the point you're making. Absolutely. CK, can you give a detailed description of wights? In the books, their movement speed and strength seems to fluctuate. One moment they're ripping people apart, others they seem more easily shrugged off. Yeah, so they're very strong, and they are able to keep going even when you're sort of like hacking them apart. I think the short answer is that these are dead bodies that have been reanimated. So they are dependent on the body. Is this a fresh body that can just get up and is nice and big and strong? Or is this a partially decomposed body, or a body that's been part eaten by bears or whatever? So that's part of the reason for the kind of the discrepancy. The other part, we do not know the details because we haven't been told all the details. The implication is that this is a sort of a dark mirroring of what a green seer can do, a shape changer, skin changer can do. So they can inhabit the body of their wolf or whatever, and go around in that, and that's a live animal, and the others seem to be able to do that to dead animals. Which just incidentally, we're talking grimdark. George R. R. Martin, I think he doesn't ever labour these points, but he does, I think, want us to just pause and say, okay, that's really clearly horrific and wrong, animating the corpses of all these people. But Bran going in and taking control of a living person, is that better or worse? I think he wants us to have a think about that. Hodor does not like it. Hodor does. We get the descriptions of Bran can sense Hodor like cowering in the corner of his mind. Hodor does not like it, and yet Bran does it anyway. So Tony Slade, you misunderstand me. Apologies. Lysa's death, Blackfish would find out about while reporting to the only sizable force left to take Riverrun and free Edmure. Oh yes, sorry, I did understand you. I just didn't explain myself very well. So he could, yes, he could go over there, but winter's coming. This is a very high risk and probable low reward strategy, in my view. It would take him a long time to get from Riverrun into the Vale and then back out again. And he would face three big problems. The first is the hill clans. One person on their own navigating through the mountains. We saw what happened when Tyrion tried to make it through. It was Tyrion and Bronn, they got attacked. And the expectation was that they were going to be attacked. Him on his own, he would get attacked. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is, could he persuade the Knights of the Vale to come out and help him? They had stayed assiduously out of this war. This is why, incidentally, the Knights of the Vale increasingly come out in these kind of conversations about, oh, well, that's impressive. The Knights of the Vale can come in and be important. It's not that the Knights of they're a perfectly decent military force, but they're not held up as being like the greatest military force anywhere. It's just that they are a full force. They haven't been involved in any battles yet. They're all trained military. They're not like new people that they've had to recruit because they've lost half of their old people. They've been hanging out of this war completely. Would he be able to persuade them to break that stance to come and aid the Riverlands? There's no particular reason why. If Lysa is dead, then is there a particular reason why now Littlefinger would want to do that? Not necessarily. So that's the second hard thing. The third is winter is coming, which I said before, but I probably didn't sort of spell out the implications. In order to get to the Vale, there's the one route. You get you go from Riverrun, then you get the crossroads, where the inn at the crossroads is, and then you head east from there, and that's like the high road that goes up into the Vale. and that's one goes through the Bloody Gate, etc., etc. Now, that route closes when it's winter. You can't come in or go out. It just gets snowed out. Now, the point where we're at is that snow has now started falling in the Riverlands. In the Jaime chapter we had when he was in Riverrun, snowdrops were, it's not snowdrops, snowflakes were falling. The Blackfish will be very aware of that. To the extent that he will think that it's probably likely, given the fact that the Riverland's very low lying, mountains will get the snows first. Indeed, we see quite how much snow there is at the top of the Erie. He will think, even if he manages to get through, even if he manages to somehow avoid the hill clans, even if he manages to persuade the Knights of the Vale to come with him, they probably won't be able to, because they will be snowed in. There's literally no way out. The only way, they would have to go all the way up to Goldtown, get onto a boat, come down to Maidenpool or something like that, and then work there. This would be a huge issue for them. So he had three big reasons why that it might make kind of sense on one level, but on a very practical level. And I think Blackfish is a very practical person. He will be thinking, actually, I've got an army here already, 200 people. I'll go and gather them. And the people around here are probably on my side as well. And there's the Brotherhood Without Banners out here somewhere. I can try and link up with them. I'll just do this all from here. And I can do it a whole lot quicker because I don't have to go all the way over to the Vale and back. That's my take. So yeah, I like the thinking. I suspect the thought will have crossed his mind, but I suspect that the practical aspects of it will mean that he will want to stay in the Riverlands. Corvus Corex. Good evening, Robert and Dan. Wyman Manderley's famous hour-long squats. In A Dance with Dragons, is it reading too deep that the pro-Stark meetings occur in Bolton-occupied Winterfell? They're taking place in the Privy. If the snowmen are signals to Stannis, Stannis never thinks of them in his internal monologue. Thank you for all the time you spent with us. Well, you're very welcome for the time. So there may well be some things in there. Snowmen are a signal to Stannis. Hour-long squats. What's going on here? This is, and I am going to do a video on this one because I was doing a series of videos in the north before I got distracted onto other things. The situation in Winterfell is a complex one because Roose Bolton is in Winterfell, and he's the Lord of the North now, and he's got the Freys alongside him, and he called in the Northern houses, and he basically said, I'm the boss now. You've got to swear fealty to me, and they do. But it's very obvious that they're not all happy about it, and so what has happened is Winterfell is getting so snowed in. That we've got this kind of like little bubble of people who can't go anywhere, and Roose is in charge, and half of the people there clearly hate his guts and the Freys, and half of them are probably on his side, but nobody really knows who's on whose side, and it gets very complicated. And it appears there's lots of plots going on now. Two of them that we've got here that I will draw your attention to. The first one, the Snowmen plot, which is a fantastic one, which is this is the Umbers. So the Umbers are obviously loyal to the Starks. Great John Umber is being held by the Freys, and his two brothers are in charge. Mors and Othor. And they got the call, you've got to come over to Winterfell. You've got to tell Roose that, you're swearing fealty to him now. And they seem to have discussed this amongst themselves and said, okay, let's split our forces. So Hothor has gone inside Winterfell. And he's played the game. He's there gone, yep, okay, You're the boss now, but he's got half the army in with him. His brother Morse didn't and stayed outside Winterfell with the other half of the army. And they're doing a whole load of this kind of weird guerrilla warfare, digging holes under the snow. They're the people who help when Theon jumps out with fake Arya. He grabs them and takes them over to Stannis. So he's being like this team outside Winterfell. And how can they communicate? There's only one gate that works anymore. Anyone knows who goes in and out. How can they possibly communicate? Well, a fan theory which I love is the snowmen theory, which is Theon spots that people have been building snowmen on the walls. And not just general snowmen, but very obvious characterizations of certain people within the walls of Winterfell. So one of them is huge. This is Wyman Manderley. And other ones have got like massive beard or very skinny, and it's just like, so you know who these are supposed to be. And the theory is this is Hothor and the loyalists inside communicating to the people outside who's on our team, who's for us, because they need to make sure that they know. Stannis, they know that Stannis has got his forces. They're near to Winterfell. The idea, it seems to be that there's going to be an attack at some point. They're expecting Stannis will attack, and while that's happening, presumably the loyalist forces inside Winterfell will also try and launch some sort of attack, but they need to coordinate things. The snowmen is part of this. How are they going to be talking to each other inside Winterfell? Well, one man, George R. R. Martin, is not averse to a little bit of toilet humor, and Wyman Manderley makes a great play of the fact that he eats so much, so he needs to go to the bathroom a huge amount, and when he goes, he doesn't just need to go for a few minutes. He needs to spend a whole hour there, and the thinking is that he's not just doing the normal things you would do when you went to the bathroom, but he's using this as an opportunity with a certain degree of privacy to be talking to other people and to establish who's on our side. So this is kind of like the Grand Northern Conspiracy, is that they're in the moment they're trying to work out who is on their side. They're trying to communicate it to the people outside as well, so that when Stannis comes to attack, then it's all people will be aware. Stannis doesn't think we obviously don't have POV from Stannis, but we do have the Theon chapter where Stannis is in there through the entire thing. You're right that Stannis, we never hear of him talking about them. We don't know what goes on in his interior monologue, though, of course, because we don't have his POV. But the implication is that he may well not have been told this. He may not have been told about this. He can't see the snowman from where he is because he's miles away. But he will be fed the information. Not, oh, there's a snowman of Wyman Manderley there. He will have been fed the information. The Manderleys are on our side. So Tony Stead saying, we see the Vale Lords are restless. Baelish is headed to the Riverlands. Blackfish can meet halfway, or Raven. Also, the mountain clans aren't in the Vale. Some of the mountain clans aren't in the Vale. There are many mountain clans that are still in the Vale. I absolutely accept your point. I think that, yes, he could theoretically do that. I think my point at a high level is that it's a lot more complicated to go and do that. He can't be guaranteed of success, and it would take a long time to do it. But as I say, I accept your points completely. Bear Island saying the story of Maggie the Frog is that she's from Essos, but I've heard it suggested that her powers and long unpronounceable real name means that she's a child of the forest. Is it possible that she's descended from the Ifequevron? That's the woodwalkers. Um, Supposedly they're all gone, but they might have half-human progeny. Also, which of the name-dropped famous but missing books will crop up before the end of the series, other than a few pages of signs and portents? Okay, well, on Maggie the Frog, is she a child of the forest? As I say, the child of the forest equivalent from Essos. I think her name being long and unpronounceable doesn't give us too many clues, um, although it kind of hints that she's not Children of the Forest. Children of the Forest do. Sorry, there's some sort of fly buzzing around. Children of the Forest do have names that are unpronounceable because they sound like the wind in the leaves and things like that. But then they choose names that humans can pronounce for their interactions with them, like leaf, for example. So um, a, a, a child of the forest, certainly a child of the forest, we don't know what the Essosi equivalent might be like. That wouldn't be a clue that they are like that. I also, the other kind of element here I think I would add is that the I think this is good world building, but George R. R. Martin does go to great efforts to show that people just don't understand other cultures. And we're told repeatedly that people can't say the word R'hllor perfectly. People from Westeros can't. It just doesn't. It just doesn't sound right to them, and that's quite a short and simple word. So if you have a longer name, then yeah, people wouldn't really know how to pronounce it. So that kind of makes sense to me. Um, so is it possible she's a descendant from them? Yeah, absolutely. I've got absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. But she's not. I don't think she's actually a child of the forest. Added to which she's described as in her younger years being beautiful, which we're not really told for the children of the forest. As for name-dropped famous but missing books, yeah, I think we will probably meet some of these. The ones that are probably more likely would be things like Blood and Fire, which is the death of dragons, because people will be interested in how to kill dragons, and also Unnatural History, which is the Septon Bath book about dragons. So those two seem the most likely. Because they're mentioned the most and as the most sort of significant, and dragon lore is a thing that we've not got much of in this world, and so people will be desperately trying to find it. Now, there are two places, there might be more places, but there are two key places where these books might turn up. Let's say three. One of them is in the Citadel, obviously, and the person who we will see this through is Sam. Now, it's entirely possible. I'm not going to go down the whole rabbit hole of what Jaqen's doing there, but he may well be trying to find information himself. So we might find Sam and Pate finding some books. That's one place we could have it. Another one is Marwyn. So Marwyn, we're told, has, I mean, you mentioned he's found 3 pages of signs and portents, which is the prophecies from Daenerys the Dreamer, which is pretty amazing. She was the one who foretold the doom of Valyria. Does he have other books? He he has been all the way over to Asshai, where they have a huge amount of this kind of lost knowledge. So has he got anything else from there? And then the third thing, which really wouldn't surprise me if we get an interesting book in, is, do you remember right at the beginning of Game of Thrones, the wedding, Dany and Drogo's wedding? And Ser Jorah gives her 3 books about her homeland. And at one point at some convention or other, somebody asked George R. R. Martin, did she ever read those? And he said, no, Dany is not much of a reader, he says. But do you know who is? Tyrion. And he's on his way to Marie. So the clear implication is that those 3 books will have something interesting in them, and Tyrion, when he gets to Meereen, will read the books and will discover it. So it would be pretty much, because these books are presumably not things that Jorah brought over from Westeros. So it's entirely possible that these are books that survived whatever book burnings we had from Baelor the Blessed. Maybe this is an unnatural history by Septon Bath that just survived over in Pentos for whatever reason. But he didn't really know that this was a big and important book, because dragons didn't exist anymore. So this was just a history book about the dragons, and he thought, "Oh, this is a nice thing. I can give a Targaryen princess a book about dragons." It would not surprise me if one of those is actually quite a significant book. Tony Krugliak, what is your favorite low stakes A Song of Ice and Fire conspiracy theory? Low stakes A Song of Ice and Fire conspiracy theory. It's an interesting question. No, off the top of my head. I mean, my favorite conspiracy theory is when in doubt, blame Bloodraven. I think we'd probably count that one as quite a high stakes one, though. Let me come back to that. Let me know. Actually, let me know in the chat, people. I'll throw this one out to you, and then I'll let you know which ones of those that I like. Low stakes conspiracy theories, things you think might be right. Bit of headcanon. Shantanu David, member for 8 months. Yeah, if you are a member of this channel, you get your messages get highlighted for me. The messages get in the chat that goes through very quickly. I wish I could read them all out. I can really only see the ones that get highlighted a lot of the time. But saying, Shantanu David saying, greetings, Robert, and the best mods on YouTube. Amen to that. Apologies if asked earlier, but if George R. R. Martin is attending 4 Comic-Cons now, can we expect the announcement sooner? Is it 4 now? I mean, I think the no is the answer I want to give. I'm trying to look for hope. Let me give you the not hope first. The not hope is that George R. R. Martin most years does some travel around Worldcon. Worldcon is his con. That's the one that he's always gone to. That he counts that as his people. So where that is in the world, he will go and travel. So last year, for example, Worldcon was in Glasgow, and so he took the opportunity while he had to come over to the UK. He popped up to Northern Ireland, saw a little bit of the set for Dunk and Egg, went to Amsterdam, just because he likes Amsterdam, which is fair. It's a fine city. Popped into London because that's what you do when you're in this part of the world, and then up to Oxford just to pay his respects to Tolkien, and then on to Glasgow. So he made a little bit of a kind of a working holiday. When I say in London, because that's what you do when you're in London, because this is where he made a point of saying he didn't pop in to see the writers of House of Dragon, but that's where they were. But he did meet up with his agents. He did meet up with a few of the actors who happened to be around there. He did meet up with the people who were working on the stage play. So as I say, a bit of a kind of a working holiday. He's not had that this year because Worldcon it's in America. So yes, he could do like a West Coast tour if he wanted to. But I think the idea that he just wants to get out a little bit. I think we can allow him that, and I don't think it necessarily means anything. If we're looking for it, then yes, we could try and take some hope, and say this seems to imply that he now feels he can get out because he doesn't need to concentrate on doing the work anymore. I would love that to be the case. Personally, I suspect not. Right, let's go to Zach saying, "Hi, Robert. Two questions. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the whores of the happy port of Bravos, specifically if you buy into the sailor's wife and Lana are Tisha and her daughter theory, but also about Ina. It's mentioned that she has only one eye, Odin/Bloodraven-like, and also can tell someone's future from a drop of blood, Maggie the Frog style. Do you think there's anything more than meets the eye going on at the happy port?" So Ina works at this, let's call it a pillow house. It's not quite the quite high quality as a pillow house, but that's the kind of feel we're looking for here. So Ina is one of the women who works there, and she does. She seems very nice. She definitely likes Arya. She also liked Sam when he popped in there, not for the reasons you might think, but she says at one point with the sailor's wife, who I'll talk about in just one second, she did taste a bit of her blood, and she said yes, her husband is dead, which apparently she knew from that taste of blood. Now, whether that's the case or not, yes, I don't think there's anything particular going on with her other than the fact that she's a very interesting character, and she's probably got a little bit of magic to her. The sailor's wife is fascinating. The sailor's wife has been there for a long time. She used to be married to somebody, a sailor, who sailed off and hasn't been seen from since. And Ina says that he must be dead. She doesn't seem to accept this, but she once a year she goes off and she prays to all the gods for his safe return. But in the meantime, she's working, earning her money, and her thing, which is a sort of her unique thing and why she's called the sailor's wife, is that if you wish to partake of her time and talents, then you need to marry her first, she says. And she'll pull in a priest of somewhere or a mama and have a pretend wedding, and then she'll sleep with the person. So that's who she is. And she has a daughter who is 14, we're told, called Lana, who has long golden hair. Now, the sailor's wife also speaks perfect common tongue, Westerosi common tongue. Now, this has led to conspiracy theories gone wild. Might she be Tisha? Is this like where whores go? Might this be actually Tyrion's uncle Geryon? Might he have had a lover? Because this woman here, she speaks the common tongue, and her daughter has got kind of Lannister looks and is called Lana. So that's where all of this comes from. Might we find out? It's possible. I think 14 years ago. So we're talking. This would have happened around the time of Robert's Rebellion. So probably not. I have to work out the exact timings. I think probably not. Therefore, Tisha and Tyrion. But Uncle Geryon, it's entirely possible. Zach, of all the things that Maester Aemon mentions about dreams and dragons near the end of his life, I find it strange that he mentions the Sphinx is the riddle, not the Riddler. This seems out of place, as it doesn't seem to relate to Targaryens, magic, or dragons directly. I'm a big fan of the Lemongate theory. Dany actually lived in Dorne, not Bravos, and I'm wondering if Aemon's comments about Salera could tie in somehow with a post-Robert's Rebellion Dornish-Targaryen partnership. Okay, so let's start with Maester Aemon. So Maester Aemon is he's got on the boat at Bravos. They're heading down to Old Town, and he's nearing his last days, and he gets delirious, and he just starts saying things. It's clear that he's a bit of a dragon dreamer. It's Maester Aemon. And now he's old, he's just saying stuff that he sees and stuff that he thinks. And the Sphinx is the riddle, not the Riddler, is a clear reference to Aleris, who is a character that Sam will meet down when he gets down to Old Town, who is almost certainly Sarella, who is one of the Sand Snakes, who, as a woman, wouldn't be allowed to study in the Citadel, but by cunningly changing her name round the other way and dressing as a man, is studying there. She is called the Sphinx. That's as a nickname. And then Maester Aemon says the Sphinx is the riddle, not the Riddler. Basically is saying there's a mystery to do with her. She might be called the Sphinx, but it's not, the Sphinx is the person is supposed to tell riddles, but actually the Sphinx itself is the riddle. So what does this mean? Well, basically it's warning Sam that there's more there than meets the eye. And also, when he realizes that, he will realize that Maester Aemon was magical in a way. So he will probably place more stock in what Aemon was saying about other things. So that's what's going on there. Because that's the proof that him saying random stuff about Daenerys, Sam's never going to know whether that's true or not. Might this point to something else to do with Targaryens? Should Maester Aemon only be having dragon dreams about Targaryens? Not necessarily. So John the Fiddler, Daemon's second Blackfire, he had dreams about Dunk, who's definitely not a Targaryen, and it was Dunk partly in connection with killing a dragon, but also another dream about him sort of dressed in white. So it's like, is it dragon tangential? Which Aleris would be dragon tangential here. In terms of the Lemon Gate theory that Dany actually lived in Dorne, not Bravos, personally, I'm not a fan. I have done a video on that, so I'm not going to go over all of that ground. A lot of this argument is based on two things. First of all, there is very clearly a strong link between Doran Martell and the Targaryens in exile, Viserys and Dany. But also, secondly, Dany remembers growing up with a house with a lemon tree outside it, and there are no trees in Bravos. So where is that, and where do lemon trees grow down in Dorne? Now, I understand why people therefore go and say, oh, well, maybe she was actually in Dorne. I think this is relatively easily cleared up. The phrase that is often quoted, there are no trees in Dorne, that's just the first half of the sentence. The second half of the sentence says, except in the gardens and the courts of the mighty. So where was she? Almost certainly she was like a princess in exile. She will have been in the gardens and the courts of the mighty, where there are trees. So that bit is not a mystery. And the link with the Dornish comes from the marriage pact that the Martells got between Arianne and Viserys. And who was the witness on that? That was the Sea Lord of Bravos, which basically means it was signed in Bravos, which basically means they were in Bravos. So the logic there, added to which you then have to find a huge amount of extra justifications for how Dany could not have realised that she was in Dorne. The climate of Dorne is very different to the climate of Bravos, and so you would have thought that she would have probably figured that one out when she got a little bit older. But anyway, so I'm not a fan of that as a theory. I think there are much better explanations. Sir Steve the O saying, greetings, Robert. Hope all is well. I hear it's a bit warm up north. I mean, I wouldn't count myself as up north so much, but yes, it has been quite hot these last few days. I hope it's not presumptuous to ask 3 questions that have been stewing in my mind for a while. Well, I'll tell you what. Actually, patrons, just to say, if you're putting questions down over on Patreon, I welcome all questions. Depending on time, depending on how tired I am, then I will answer a question. If you ask more than one question, it's possible that I won't have time to answer all of them. So this time I will answer these ones quickly, though. Euron and his supposed time in Valyria. What is the evidence that he is lying about this? I probably missed this on my last read. Well, it's not. I don't think he missed any evidence. It's one that there's no evidence that he went there or didn't go there, other than as in there are no witnesses. The stuff that he's got, he could have managed to get from other places. So nobody saw him go in there. The crew who went with him all have their tongues cut out. So we've got nobody to back this up. The evidence against it is simply we've got 400 years worth of incredibly powerful beings going into there and just not returning. Entire armies have gone in. A Valyrian on Dragonback has gone in. Balerion the Black Dread went in and only just managed to come back out, but with huge gash marks on his side. The huge fleet, the Lannister fleet went in there, not a single ship returned. Are we to believe that Euron went in before he got all of his great sort of whatever magical stuff he's got going on now? He went in there, grabbed a whole load of stuff, and escaped completely unscathed. It's possible, but given this is Euron, should we believe him? Not necessarily. So I don't think this changes the story hugely one way or another, but the weight of evidence seems to suggest it's unlikely. Let's put it that way. Aemon was Aemon a sworn maester of the Citadel at the Wall? Did he take the oath of the Night's Watch? Is he sworn to both institutions or just the Citadel? Don't think this has any story impact, but it's interesting. If his body hadn't betrayed him and he left to help Dany, would he be breaking an oath to the Night's Watch? Yeah, so he's doubly sworn. He became a maester, and then he swore himself to the Night's Watch. So that was how he could try and assure people that he wouldn't. The reason why, ostensibly, he went up to the Wall. I say ostensibly. This is definitely a reason. There might have been others that he went up to the Wall. Was because people might rally around him as a potential king, and he didn't want to be undermining Egg, who was just starting being king himself. And he thought, if I go up to the Wall, then there's 2 oaths. People aren't going to believe that I would break both. And then the third one, where did Stannis' sword Lightbringer come from? Is it just his own sword dipped in wildfire? Did Melisandre bring it? Does she believe it is actually Lightbringer? Can you reconcile the fact that she believes he is Azor Ahai if she knows the sword is not Lightbringer? Well, we see it. So in the books, we see kind of the birth of Lightbringer. She's burning the statues of the Seven and gives this little speech, and Stannis pulls out the sword, which is fiery, and then she says, "Behold, Lightbringer." So where's it from? As far as we can tell, it was just one that she had. That she's done some kind of magic to, so that it's always fiery. Can you reconcile the fact that she believes he is Azor Ahai if she knows that the sword is not Lightbringer? Well, she almost certainly does know. Maester Aemon knows, because he says, "Oh, can I hold it for one moment?" And then he's afterwards, he says to Sam, it wasn't hot. Lightbringer should be burning hot. That's not Lightbringer. And she will have known that because she's certainly read all of the same kind of things that he's read about Lightbringer. So she's gambling on the fact that most people don't know that, though. How do we reconcile the fact that she is making this up, but she still believes that Stannis is Azor Ahai? Well, it seems to be, and I think this is actually quite a critique, perhaps, by George R. R. Martin of having absolute blind faith in a thing, and therefore what you're doing in order to support that. She has decided Stannis is Azor Ahai reborn. Therefore, she needs to get other people on board with this. It's very clear that she doesn't think that things are going to happen without her being involved in some way. So, for example, the bringing stone dragons to life thing, that's why she wanted Edric Storm. She wanted to do a sacrifice so that she could then bring stone dragons to life. She didn't think that that would just naturally happen with Stannis wandering around. So she thinks that she is involved in this and that she has to kind of like push these things along. And she thinks that it's worth it, her doing a few... We get the POV chapter from her perspective is she doesn't address this specific thing, but she does talk about that she's got powders to make flames go different colors and stuff like that can impress people, that can convince people of stuff. And it's very clear that she thinks the end justifies the means. This guy is Azor Ahai reborn. He is destined to save the world. We have to get people behind him. So that's her thinking, as far as we can tell. Alhad asking, will Tyrion use his poison mushrooms, or has he exhausted them on Nurse? If yes, who will he then use them on? Oh, this is an interesting little bit that people often miss in A Dance with Dragons. I think probably even his first chapter in A Dance with Dragons, Tyrion's wandering around the manse that Illyrio's manse. When he looks between two paving stones on the ground, there's some mushrooms that he happens to know are poisonous. And so he picks them and he puts them in a sock or something, or a glove, I can't remember exactly. And he kind of stuffs them into there and he carries them round for pretty much the entire book. And through this entire book, he just has these thoughts running through his head about how he might use them. Should he kill himself? Maybe. Young Riff's getting on his nerves, so he could just slip a couple of those mushrooms in there, so he goes through all of these different thought processes, and eventually, towards the very end of this, when they're out, they're slaves at this point. Him and Penny, slaves. Jorah's a slave as well, and their slave master, somebody called Nurse, gets the pale mare, gets the flux, and is going to die. And Tyrion feeds him some mushroom soup or something, and the clear implication is that he is poisoning him. Now, it's left a little bit vague. Is this a mercy killing? Or probably more likely, this is Tyrion saying, I'm not going to let you just die from something else. I want to kill you because of what you've done to me. And sure enough, the Nurse dies quickly, and they manage to make their escape, basically. Has he used it all up? I guess we'll find out. But I think the working assumption is that yes, he probably has. But because he spent, this is how the arcs go. He spent the entire book wondering who he's going to use this for, and that's who he uses it for at the end of the book. So that's how the arc seems to work. Maybe it'll carry on, but probably not. And then you ask what's going to happen to Penny. I don't think she's one of those Song of Ice and Fire seeds that George R. R. Martin has sown, and we will see how it will flower. The character has some specific purpose. She does. So Penny is, especially, she's not in the TV show. She first appears actually in King's Landing, and she is one of, if you remember, at the Purple Wedding before Joffrey dies. There's some dwarves appear. Littlefinger's hired them. Later turns out Littlefinger has hired them because he knows it's going to get Tyrion angry, and he wants to frame Tyrion. So she's one of these. After that, they head off over to Ossos, where her brother is then killed by somebody who's heard that Cersei is offering huge rewards for dwarf heads. And so they kill him and take him off to Cersei. So when she sees Tyrion, she's really angry with him, and then she's like runs charging at him. But she then kind of relents on this, and then goes with them on their boat journeys from this moment. Initially, kind of like because she wants to, but then later on they're all caught up, and they were caught up by slavers and things like that. And she's, you feel really sorry for her because she's clearly had a really kind of miserable life. And she twice tries to kiss Tyrion. She doesn't want to die having never kissed a boy and things like that. She seems genuinely sad. At one point, they have to leave their animals behind. She seems genuinely sad about that. She seems to help Tyrion out. And he treats her horribly. He slaps her at one point. What is her role? It's clearly not finished, I think. Yes, it's one of the ways that helping him get across to Meereen, but I think that this is going to carry on. I think you're right. And it's helping him see himself, see how other people see him, and see the impact that he has on the world. And this does kind of soften him. I do wonder whether that's going to carry on into the next book, whether he's going to carry on being more self-aware, because that's really her role, is not just like another random person around there. It's to allow Tyrion to kind of reflect on the fact he is a dwarf and see how people react, because he's used to being the only one there, and he also grew up in great wealth and great privilege, and here we have Penny who didn't. And I'm talking around this point, but I think it's quite an important one, is that he is able to see more about himself and understand more about himself through her. So that's probably her role. As this is George R. R. Martin, it would not surprise me if at some point she dies. But I hope that's not for a long time. James Boris, thank you very much. Very generous, saying, everyone, this is hi, Robert. I see what you did there. But seriously, the biggest question I have is about the Long Night and the messianic figure in whatever form. What is the mechanism that allows the intrepid heroes to challenge the night? So the Long Night and the messianic figure in whatever form. What is the mechanisms that allow the intrepid heroes to challenge them? I'm not 100% sure I've got exactly what your meaning is, but our intrepid heroes, I think, will have to undo the magic of the others rather than face them down. Little Big Veteran saying, hi, never managed to catch you live. Just want to say thank you for your content. Well, thank you very much. And you're welcome. It's good to see you here. So actually, so I'll come back to this question in just a moment. I'll just quickly flicking through the chat, which is talking about tea as usual, but also somebody's talking about being penny wise, which is absolutely yeah. There's lots of little sayings with Penny which kind of play into who she is and what's going on there. Okay, so Ygritte saying Penny will die when it will finally hurt Tyrion. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so how will the heroes deal with the others? This is and I hope this is the question you're wanting an answer to. So it depends on what the others are. Is the first instance. If we are working on the assumption that the others are created beings which were created by the children of the forest in order to take on the humans, they need to undo that magic. And the question is, what was the magic that did that first? The TV show, I've said this before, but I think it's a valid point. The TV show often kind of like did little nods in a direction of a thing that made me wonder whether they're trying to show something that George R. R. Martin was going to do on a much bigger or more nuanced scale. The others, the White Walkers, the Night King on the TV show, created by dragon glass in the heart in front of a weirwood tree. They were uncreated by flipping it round. So the dragon glass this side, now it's Valyrian steel in the heart in front of a weirwood tree. And that created this chain reaction and all of the White Walkers died. I don't think it's going to happen like that in the books. But I think the nod is to say that this is not a matter of we have to kill all of these, but we have to undo the magic in some way. So go back to what happened with the magic and then undo that somehow. And I think Bran is the key here in that he is the person who can go back. He can talk to the children of the forest, but he can also go back to see what happened. And if he can see what happened, he might be able to figure out how to undo it. And that, I think, is going to be the key point. Now, yes, our intrepid heroes are learning how to defend themselves. They're learning Valyrian steel swords. They're learning dragon glass. They hopefully will learn about the Horn of Winter. They're learning all of these kinds of things. But that's just about holding back the horde. Unless they manage to outfit everybody in weapons which will be able to kill them, then we have to have some kind of extra thing. So it's not just about fighting, it's going to be undoing magic. So I hope that was the question you wanted answering. If not, let me know and I'll see what I can do better. James Horner asking about whether I could explain about Ashara Dane living a secret with Howland Reed. You actually did. I didn't. Sorry, I've forgotten who it was, but somebody over on Patreon. If you go onto Patreon, somebody answered you very succinctly, very well, probably better, more eloquently than I could, the basic argument for why that. It's not that this is overwhelming evidence, but it's like the best explanation of the facts that we have. And yeah, sort of high level, we're talking, so the theory that Ned and Ashara got together is based on the fact that people saw her going into Ned's tent and heard things going on. They didn't realize that Ned was sharing it with Howland. So that's sort of part one. Part two is you get the How I Met Your Mother story. Howland Reed told his children repeatedly, were told the story that they regale Bran with about what happened at the tourney at Harrenhal, where you get the main central character is their father And then he's at this at this ball effectively, and suddenly it's like, oh, and he describes this woman with her raven hair and her eyes, and all the people that she danced with, and it's like this is all about her. She's called the maiden, and he's um, the lad. I forget now, but everyone else is described as like their sort of sigil names, but not them. They're the centerpiece of this story, and this is like one of those contextual things where, in and of itself, Bran doesn't make anything of it, but you have to say, okay, so given Mira's age, this happened just before she was conceived, a matter of months before she was conceived. And this is the story that their father told them again and again about what he was doing just months before. And if this isn't a How I Met Your Mother story, then it's very weird that he is telling his children this story again and again of, oh, and just before I met your mother, there was this absolute hot woman at this ball that I was at, and her hair just looked amazing. Let me tell you who she was dancing with. Let me tell you what happened. And it's just like, that would be a weird story to tell your children. So you get these kind of context clues, and then you get a whole load of other random clues that I'm not going to sort of go into. But then you get at the end of all of this, you get the fact that she disappears. We never see her body. She has a child apparently, and then she kind of disappears. But the story that comes out does not quite fit the facts. In fact, it absolutely does not fit the facts, because House Dane love Ned Stark. They adore Ned Stark. They named their heir after Ned Stark. Their heir has heard so many great stories about Ned Stark that he's there when he hears, oh, Ned Stark's here. He's in King's Landing. He says, I want to see Ned Stark. They think he's amazing. If she had actually thrown herself off the top of the tallest tower because he had abandoned her and then stolen her baby, they would not have that attitude towards him. The only way they would have that attitude towards him is if he saved them in some way. And one way that could happen is if Ashara Dane, who probably would have been in the sights of Robert Baratheon, everybody associated with Rhaegar, would have been killed if he found a way for her to get out of that situation. Go to the neck with Howland Reed, who she just had a baby with, and they could live. Nobody goes to the neck. Nobody will ever find them. Perfect hiding place. And then you get these other random small things, like the clear line of inheritance goes to Mira, then Jojen. Why does the woman inherit first? That's not how the first men have ever really done these things, as far as we can tell. What, it's not even mentioned, but Mira is definitely ahead of Jojen in the line of succession. That's a Dornish thing. Who comes from Dorne? House Dane. So there's I've skated over at a very high level, but that's it. CK, where do you think Jon's parentage will come into the story? Do you think it will affect it? Yes, I think it will affect it. I think it will affect. So it will affect his identity in other people's eyes less than it affects him, would be my, or more than it affects him, would be my guess. It affects him in as much as he will understand who his parents are, and he will understand what Ned Stark did for him. And that will be a really important. This is a long character arc. Let's not forget, right from very beginning, he's there wanting to know who his mother was, wishing he could be a part of a family, and this is going to bring that to an end. So we get that people will want to make him king if they know who he is. But also people will think this might be the prince that was promised. And that is going to be Bloodraven. This is Team Bloodraven will be behind Jon as prince that was promised. So that will be probably sort of the biggest two angles of all of this. It's one of these things where it now feels like, you know, we've almost banked this because we've known it for so long. We haven't known it because it's not out there in the books. When will it come out? Probably not this next book. We're probably waiting to A Dream of Spring, halfway through A Dream of Spring. But there will be increasing clues as we're getting closer. And what else was there? Oh, you also asked, this was James Horner also asked about Lord Manderley. How's he going to get away with his men betraying the Boltons? If his men switch sides in the battle and attack the Freys, how will they get away with it? Well, because the battle is taking place several miles away from Winterfell, a few days away from Winterfell. So that's the... Roose Bolton won't be able to kind of look out over the Winterfell walls and go, "Ha! Oh, so they turned on me. So they're no longer on my side." This is a battle which will happen, and he will not know what the outcome of that battle is until the army comes riding back. Now, when the army comes riding back, it will actually almost certainly, I could certainly imagine that the plan will be there, that this is the moment at which they take on the Boltons, that they pretend to be the Frey Bolton army coming back victorious, but that's the moment at which they, because it's secretly Stannis' army as well, that's the moment at which the loyalists inside Winterfell and the loyalists outside Winterfell and the army coming towards Winterfell all attack at the same time. It may not happen like that, but that's the most logical way. But in terms of how will he get away with it, he will get away with it if he's got rid of all the spies in his own camp. If Stannis has got rid of all the spies in his own camp, he will get away with it by the fact that they are such a long distance away. Maura Lee, Howland reads children pledge their loyalty to Bran. What is the significance of them swearing their loyalty by ice and fire? Yes, it seems to be an ancient oath that they swear. So I think the implication is that this is them swearing on something which is a memory of back to the first long night. Dragonglass is frozen fire. This is ice and fire. All the way back to the first long night, Dragonglass was used, Dragonsteel was used. This is a song of ice and fire right back to the early days. And the reeds are another one of these kind of memory places from the olden days. The North has forgotten, but if anyone in the North has remembered, it will be the reeds. There's a potential. I know some people have suggested that this might be an echo, actually, even all the way back to the pact of between the Children of the Forest and the First Men. Catherine Forsyth saying, "Hi, Robert, and happy summer to you and Dan. Bran in Bloodraven's cave has so far given us little information on both the past and the present. For example, how much do you think Bran now knows about the current happenings in Westeros? Lady Stoneheart, the Red Wedding itself, Jon's Ark, etc. As far as I remember, his visions so far, as we're told, seem to have been of the past. Is he aware of what's happening right now, or is Bloodraven deliberately keeping it from him? Second, how far do you think Bran will ultimately get in his education as a Greenseer before he needs to go south? Do you think he'll get as far as Bloodraven intended, or will his education be interrupted?" Okay, so in terms of how far will he get, probably less far than George R. R. Martin initially intended because of the 5-year gap that we were talking about earlier. He has been up there for a while, but not all the time that George R. R. Martin had been hoping for. It's his training. So we've only got a couple of chapters really of this, but his training, first of all, was about skin changing, and then it's about the weirwood trees. And so he took the weirwood paste, and he's gone through. First of all, he saw his father through the Winterfell tree. Then he sort of went back and back and back in time through the Winterfell weirwood tree, seeing further things that happened there, but further into the past. And that's it. That's the end. That's the last we have of Bran. So the first time that he actually goes through the weirwood network and into the past is when we stop. So what has he learned? Just that. But the way that story is, or that chapter is structured, tells us that there is a passage of time there. It's a really eerie, it's a very dark chapter, and the same phrase is repeated again and again through the chapter, which I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but the moon was as thin and sharp as a sickle or something along those lines, which seems to imply that this is another month has gone, another month has gone, another month has gone. So he is learning, but he's doing it off camera. This is his training montage, basically. So what does he know? At the moment, nothing. At the moment, we stopped then, nothing. But a lot has happened since then. So whenever we next get a Bran chapter, we may find that he's going beyond the trees. We may find that he's exploring out in the world of what is going on. We may find that Bloodraven has been letting him into the plot a little bit. As it stands, not much is the answer. How much will he learn? I mean, in terms of timing, probably half a book's worth. So my thought is that he will learn how to do this, but not be completely bought in yet to all of the history and facts about what needs to happen and when and why. So I think that is going to be the issue that we've got for Bran, is that he has been trained up, but Bloodraven has not imparted to him all of this information about what needs to be going on. So yeah, with Jon, we're training him up because Jon is the prince that was promised, and so we're giving him, we're trying to make sure he gets Dragonglass, and we're trying to protect him. Over here, we're doing this thing. Over there, we're trying to do that. The plan which is going on in Bloodraven's mind, I suspect he won't pass on to Bran. So we're going to have a powerful Bran who's still very young, who doesn't know really what to do with all his powers, which is going to feel dangerous. Brendan, when will the next book come out, and how did the song "The Rains of Castamere" come about? Well, when will the next book come? I've given up guessing or making predictions. All I will do, and I've stuck to this for a long time now, so as not to get too excited and too disappointed. All I will do is give you the information that we have, and the information we have is that what are we now? Maybe even 2.5 years ago, George R. R. Martin said in a couple of different interviews that he was 75% of the way through. Now, since then, we've not had much by way of an update. He has a few times said he has been working on it. He has said that he's produced a few pages. He's also been very open and honest that these last few years have been tough on him. And a lot of his closest and best friends have died, and he's not always been in the right mood. And he clearly fell out with some of the people who were involved in adaptations of his work and things like that. So he's found a lot of that, and also with Worldcon people, so he's struggled over the last few years. So I think that we shouldn't say I expect it by such and such a time. He's working on it. That much I know through various sources that he is working on it. He's not just pretending that he's working on it. He is doing other things as well. Let's not pretend that he isn't. But he is working on it, and he's more than 75% of the way through, which should, I think, give us hope. He's also said that when it's done, he will tell us. So it's not like there will be a rumor. Someone over here says, "Oh, this is happening." When it's done, he's going to tell us, probably on his not a blog. How did the Reigns of Castamere come about? I told the first half of this story earlier in the live stream, but basically, the Tywin Lannister, the Reigns, House Rain, who lived at Castamere, were disrespecting the Lannisters, let's put it that way. And Tywin came down heavy on them and destroyed the entire family. They're like Castle Rock, they lived in a big rock, and he flooded the whole thing, destroyed the entire family, and wiped their name out, basically. And then the song came from that, the Reigns of Castamere, as a sort of a memory of what happened. And Tywin likes it so much that there was, when another family were disrespecting the Targaryens, he just sent a guy with a lute or something to go and stand outside their castle and then just sing the Reigns of Castamere at them. And they got the message. If they carry on, he would do the same to them. So that's where the song comes from. And so this is why when it appears at things like the Red Wedding, we should be seeing this as a Lannister vengeance. Okay, is that me caught up? Kai's Ballerina saying, how do the Caves of the Forgotten work? Some say ARP is trapped there more immortally until the end days, but a man does not grant immortality to mortals. So RP are Pharazon. Okay, I will take this one. In terms of technicalities, I don't know the answer. I think our Pharazon is dead, but rather than trapped there immortally, because the Undying Lands do not, as you say, grant immortality. As for how the Caves of the Forgotten work, I will come up with an answer for you for next time. Northern Tommy saying, but it is a blog. Yeah, it's not a blog, but it is a blog. Let's go to a question from Lord Medici saying, 2 houses south of the neck. We've been going a long time, actually, people, haven't we? I think I've only got 4 or 5 more questions. Lord Medici saying, 2 houses south of the neck have a historic bond with the north, Blackwood and Royce, but why do House Royce feel so northern? Their proximity to the north can't be attributed to them from being from the Vale, nor just from being first men, since lots of houses are first men. So why is it, then you say, crucially, like the case of House Blackwood, where the combination of the old god worship and the first men descent can account for their north-leaning links, House Royce does not worship the old gods. I know some point to the Stark-Royce marriages as a cause of their northern leaningness, but I believe it is a symptom of their northernness that transcends the Starks rather than the cause. What is it about House Royce that gives them such a northern vibe? Well, I mean, I don't know what it gives the northern vibe. I mean, we as readers, our first taste of the north, the real north, is through a member of House Royce, and a recognition that the Royces respect the Night's Watch still. Waymar Royce saw it as an honor to go to the Night's Watch. So that is our first kind of hint here. Then we get Lord Nestor Royce clearly had a lot of respect for Ned Stark. So the vibes keep going. There's also they might not be the same religion, but the traditions clearly are the same. With the North, they have bronze breastplate was their big thing, with lots of runes on, which are kind of like first men things going on. And yes, there are the marriages, at least one marriage we know of with the Royces, at least two marriages I think we know of with the Royces, the connection with the Night's Watch, etc. So there is just the house culture is more connected to the North. You can go back into the history of the Vale, and you will find that the Royces were at the forefront of the first men fighting against the influx of the Andals. And so, if you wish a sort of a more deeper cut answer, you would say that the culture of House Royce has been established from centuries past as being there as the people preserving the first menness of the Vale, whereas most of the Vale has gone over to the Andal culture. They have kept more of the culture of the first men. Brendan, what is the most important point about the story that no one seems to talk about? Well, I don't think George R. Martin does points about the story. I don't think he's writing a story that is trying to make points. But I think what can I say? I have a point that people. What do people miss? I think one thing a lot of people kind of. I'm going to use the word misunderestimate is that we shouldn't be treating prophecies necessarily as this is exactly what is going to happen or should happen. So, and what I mean by that is that a lot of people would sort of view the Azor Ahai Reborn is going to be the person who comes and leads the fight against the others. That's not necessarily the case. Just because there's a prophecy about it does not mean it's true. It just means that somebody had a prophecy about this at some point. The prophecy can be absolutely on the point in this world, but also it can be very wide of the mark. And the other one I would just say is like the time being in a closed time loop. I think we haven't yet understood all of the significance of it. Scott Bittner, fun little question. All the people still alive and around at the end of the Dance with Dragons, who would you pick as your hand if you were king? I would probably pick Davos, or as a wild card pick Jaime. What are your thoughts on the subject? Well, I have to admit, Davos is the one that comes to my mind straight away. There's what you want as your hand of the king is obviously somebody clever, somebody competent, but also somebody who's going to be honest with you and be loyal. And if you want all of those things, Davos is the person. You might get characters who are equally good, like Brienne, say, but is Brienne? She's still got enough of the innocence about her that perhaps she doesn't understand everything about how the world works. Davos sees the bad about humanity, but wants to be good. So I think he's got that perfect mix. Madeline Tyrell Dane saying, "Hi Robert, have you seen Squid Game season 3? I've seen the first 2 episodes of it. Really liked it. Very much picks up on Squid Game season 2. I'm not no spoilers here for anyone, but I personally I thought Squid Game season 2 was even better than Squid Game season 1, and this picks up pretty much as a continuation. They could have done 2 and 3 back to back from what I've seen so far. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it. No spoilers for the rest, please." I've seen a lot of discussion about how Rhaegar probably expected his third child to be a girl, who would be Visenya. Is there a chance that the child's gender was not very important to him? Recreating the original siblings' age order was clearly not important, as Rhaenys was the youngest of the original children, but oldest of his. Given the children's mothers were Elia, who was culturally Dornish, and Lyanna, who was a fighter, maybe he did not Mind challenges to gender stereotypes. Maybe he expected a third child who embodied Visenya's personality and skills without minding their gender. Following on from this, was he right that Jon Snow does represent Visenya? Both seem to be stoic fighters and natural leaders. If Jon ends up in a relationship with Dany like in the show, maybe like Visenya, he will also be a ruler's partner and protector without being on the throne himself. Could Jon even wield Dark Sister? Well, a lot of questions going on there. Dark Sister, he could, but he already has a Valyrian steel sword, so I wouldn't see the need. He probably wouldn't see the need to change. In terms of what Rhaegar was wanting or expecting, I mean, I think you make an entirely valid point. The fact that he named his first child Rhaenys. We don't know. He definitely seems to be very much into the prophetic, and maybe even a dreamer himself. He will have seen. So I very much go in with your line of argument that if he's trying to recreate in some way the original three Targaryens, then he wants an Aegon, and then he wants Rhaenys, who is more cultured and things like that, and then he wants Visenya, who is more of the warrior type. And in order to get that, he recognizes Elia as the quiet and cultured one, and so her daughter is Rhaenys. And then if he has another child, then that is Visenya, and he should be seeking out a fighter type. And sure enough, he did. He sought out Lyanna, who he probably discovered was the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and that's the kind of person I'm after. Does the child's gender matter to him? Well, we don't know. We simply don't know. I agree. The order of the children didn't seem to bother him all that much. So maybe he didn't care all that much. But we simply do not know. The only kind of like clue I think we have is when Dany's in the House of the Undying and she has the vision of Rhaegar and Elia, and then she's saying, will you write a song for him? And he's saying, no, he already has a song. His is a song of ice and fire. And then he's like, there must be one more. And he's looking, and she thinks that she's looking at him, but she also thinks he might be looking at her. And so the fan theory, which I really quite like, is that he had a vision of her at that moment in time. And he obviously doesn't know who she is, but she's clearly a Targaryen. And so he's probably thinking to himself, I'm seeing a vision of my future second daughter. And so that is what he's thinking. There must be one more. And though he goes in thinking that it's going to be a daughter. We don't, it works well, but it's not really evidence. So maybe. It seems likely to me, though, that he was expecting, given that he had Rhaenys and he had Aemon, that he was expecting to be able to name the next one Visenya. Visenya is a woman's name, so it seems likely to me that that's what he was expecting. And CK, do you think Doran? Who do you think, or what do you think Doran is meant to represent? It seems like he's doomed to fail in all his attempts to play the Game of Thrones. I mean, I don't think he's meant to represent anything. I think he's a character who represents a very patient, has a very patient approach to the Game of Thrones that is constantly being stymied, prevented by other events and things, and he is surrounded by people of a lot more of a hot temper than him. And so the point, if you're sort of looking for a meta answer, is that I think George R. R. Martin was probably wanting an explanation for why is it that the Dornish, who will have hated what happened with the Lannisters, why didn't they respond? So the answer that he came up with was because the Prince of Dawn at the time was somebody who worked very slowly and methodically through things. And that is why everything slowed down with the Dornish plot and they were waiting. And then it's only later when Dawn actually kind of admits, maybe I have taken too long. At which point he just kind of unleashes the Sand Snakes. The Sand Snakes are going to play a big role in the next book. He sent 2 Sand Snakes to King's Landing, knowing that they both want to kill Lannisters. They're going to have a big role coming up. And Nope saying, how do you think Theon being sacrificed at the Weirwood happens will how do you think Theon being sacrificed at the Weirwood happens will impact Jon's resurrection? Will it mean he has a truer resurrection than a Firewhite? I don't think Theon will end up being sacrificed. I think that he will go there and Bran or someone will speak through the Weirwood tree. I think this might well coincide with the attack from the Frey army and the Manderleys. The Manderleys know, or Wyman Manderley at least knows, that Rickon is alive, which means that Bran did not kill him, which will cast doubt on whether he killed Bran as well, and Bran might well talk through the Weirwood tree, which means that whole thing will get stopped. Theon will be happy to be killed as Theon. That's his mindset. But I think that that's going to stop, and people are going to start to realize that he didn't do the things he's accused of. Zachary Cronitz, there has to be a record live stream. Yeah, I caught the time a moment ago and thought I have been talking for a long time. 2 more questions from my patrons. Ranabay Mitra, these are Lord of the Rings questions. In a recent YouTube short, you brought up Legolas's age and you put his birth somewhere in the first half of the Third Age. I replied on X to this short and stated my claim is that it could be post the year 3000 of the Second Age. Basically, in no way is a depressed Thranduil having a child after all the horrors he witnessed in Dagorlad. Also, didn't Thranduil's wife die in the beginning of the Third Age? My guess is the end of the Second Age, and I would love your opinion on my reasoning. So we don't know about Legolas's mother. We're just not told, so we don't know when she died. In that short, I went through my reasoning, which was that so Peter Jackson gave him an age of just over 3,000 years, I think it was. I'm absolutely okay with that. I've got no problem with that if people want to say that's how old Legolas is. My argument for why it was probably at some point in the Third Age comes from the point at which contact would have been cut off between the elves of Mirkwood and the elves of Lothlorien, which will have happened when Sauron rose in the south of Mirkwood, blocking them off. Probably. Legolas has never been there. So the implication to me was that means that he probably wasn't born before Saruman was, or he probably would have been there. So I can see arguments either way. It just feels like if he'd been born at the end of the Second Age, then the chances of him not ever having been anywhere near Lothlorien, which seems to be the implication, that seems slightly harder to swallow. Rana B. Mitra also says, based on your lovely recent video about the war in the north, I wanted to ask you about what happened to Mount Gundabad after the War of the Ring. Did the dwarves reclaim it? And if you can't find any info about that, would you be able to speculate on what happened to it after Sauron's demise? Yes. So Mount Gundabad at the top of the Misty Mountains, where they sort of kind of meet the Grey Mountains. Angmar is just sort of like off to the northwest from there. That's where King Durin the First woke up, and then he sort of wandered down south and founded Khazad-dûm. So this was a stronghold for the orcs for a very long time. and they so they kicked out the dwarves there. So Sauron, he got frustrated when in the Second Age, when the dwarves locked themselves up in Khazad-dûm, he couldn't get at them, so he charged up and took out his rage and went up to send his forces up to Gundabad, as well as lots of other places. The orcs kind of stayed there for a while. The dwarves kicked them out a bit for the war of the orcs and the dwarves. Then the orcs came back. Then they kicked them out again a little bit later. So basically, the orcs were there. The last we hear, it's from the Battle of the Five Armies in The Hobbit. The orcs who arrive there from Gundabad, they came down. The last we hear, this was like an orc holdout up there. The dwarves almost certainly cleared this out. When Durin went and reclaimed Khazad-dûm, they almost certainly would have cleared out that area as well. They probably, any orcs up in that part of the world, were the last orcs to survive. So, speculating after Sauron's demise, in the long run, the dwarves got it back. Right, and I think with that, yes, this is epic length, 4 hours 39-minute epic length for me anyway. So keep an eye out for what I've got. I've got some video coming out tomorrow, but I can't remember what it is. But the short form videos are carrying on as always. Patrons, thank you so much. Moderators, you've put in an epic shift today. I hugely appreciate it. Thank you so much for all you do as well. I will be back next week with might do a Lord of the Rings one, because we've not done a dedicated Lord of the Rings one for a time. But until then, if you're watching this back a little bit later, appearing somewhere around here is a link to other videos, other live streams that I've done. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page. If you'd like to support the channel, that's the best way to do so. That is all for this time. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again next time.